Good morning. All right, good morning. Welcome to the Tarrant County Commissioners Court meeting for Tuesday, December 9th. Merry Christmas to all of you. I now call the meeting to order.
Tim O'Hare, County Judge.
Present.
Roderick Miles Jr., Commissioner Precinct 1.
Here.
Elisa Simmons, Commissioner Precinct 2.
Here.
Matt Krause, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Present.
Manny Ramirez, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes a quorum.
Excellent. Today's invocation will be led by Pastor Doug Page from Grapevines First. And then our pledges of allegiance will have some special guests. Superintendent of Carroll ISD, Dr. Jeremy Glenn, will lead us in our pledge to the American flag. And head football coach and athletic director Riley Dodge will lead us in our pledge to the Texas flag. Please rise for the invocation and pledges.
God, there's so much we love about the Christmas season, the lights, the presents, the decorations, but most of all, we celebrate your love for us by sending your son, Jesus, that we might understand hope, love, joy, and peace that comes from knowing you. We pray, God, for the commissioners in this court. We pray for a blessing on them. We pray for Judge O'Hare. Thank you that he is a man who seeks to serve you with all of his life. As we gather, be glorified. And we pray all of these things in the name of the King of Kings, Jesus Christ. Amen.
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 Please join me in the pledge to the American flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, gentlemen. You may be seated. All right, Mr. Merritt, we have some announcements here.
Good morning, court members. A couple of announcements this morning. We have several items which we are pulling off the agenda completely today. Those items are under the consent agenda. Those items are P1, P2, and P3. Those are all public health items. Item V as in Victor 1, under Commissioner Precinct 1. And then under permission to take bid, E11I, E11J. And then, court members, we have several items to pull from the consent agenda, but still looking to take action on today. So those are items F1, item G1, item G4, item J1, item K1, items M2 and M3, item N3 under Human Resources, and finally, court members, item Q3 and Q4.
All right, thanks, sir. All right, now we come to the proclamations, resolutions, and presentations section, and we've got a couple of very special ones today. The first one, I have the honor of doing. The Carroll ISD Lady Dragons won the UIL 6A Division II State Championship in volleyball. I guess that was 2 weeks ago. An incredible group of young ladies and an incredible playoff run, but the actual state championship game was the most thrilling game I think I have ever watched at any level of sport. The heart and resilience and determination for Coach Jackson and her team was remarkable. They went up in the first set. I think it was something like 9-0. And then the other team came back and took the lead in the first set. And it looked, this team is good. They actually won the first set by 2, then lost the next 2 sets, were down in set 4, and all looked pretty grim. Hey, solid season. But then they just poured it on, came back, won the 4th set, and then dominated in set 5 to bring a state championship back to Southlake and Tarrant County. Pretty cool. I guess I'll read this resolution, then I'll ask everybody to come forward right up here inside the horseshoe. The Carroll Lady Dragons volleyball team has demonstrated exemplary teamwork, skill, athleticism, and dedication during their 2025 championship run. Until this year, the Lady Dragons had not played in a state championship match since 1997. And despite trailing Austin High 2-1 in the state final, the Lady Dragons came back to win the state championship 3-2. Years of hard work, training, and diligence have delivered a historic victory for the Lady Dragons, winning their first ever state championship for the Carroll volleyball program. The Lady Dragons volleyball team was led by head coach Leslie Jackson, assistant coaches Madison Gregory, Rosanna Barbosa, Jeray LaCroix, and Callie Gressett, and supported by Superintendent Dr. Jeremy Glenn, Athletic Director Riley Dodge, School Board President Cam Bryan, and all of the trustees. And we have Mandy Reese, one of the trustees, here with us today. The Lady Dragons volleyball team has brought great pride to Carroll ISD, the city of Southlake, and Tarrant County, and we celebrate this extraordinary athletic achievement. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Tarrant County Commissioners Court, do hereby recognize the state champion Carroll Lady Dragons volleyball team, and we encourage the citizens of Tarrant County to acknowledge and congratulate the Lady Dragons on their UIL 6A Division II state championship. So I'll move to approve that proclamation.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. All right, that passes unanimously. Now, as I call you, please come forward. Y'all can all come at once, but I'm going to read everybody's name. Head coach Leslie Jackson. I know we have Coach Gregory, assistant here, and I did not see Coach Barbosa, Coach LaCroix, or Coach Gressett. Collins Alonzo. Layla Austin, Tristan Carson, Abigail Clem, Marielle Elizondo, Teddy Ray Ewers, Emma, is it Easter? Eister, Emma Eister, Vanessa Glenn, Abigail Huddleston, Audrey Hughes, Lila Hyde, Meredith McLeod, Finley Orr, Hattie Peters, Gianna Rodriguez, Charlize Smith, Fiorella Smith, Lauren St. Charles, Emma Van Tassel, and I think the MVP of the 2025 playoffs and a future TCU Horned Frog, Kinsley Young. So. Also here, we have Carroll ISD Superintendent, as you met earlier, Dr. Jeremy Glenn. We have Trustee Mandy Reese, and of course, Head Coach and Athletic Director Riley Dodge, who has his own big game on Saturday in the state semifinals. And then Assistant Director of Athletics, Jenny Suter. And did Miss Lewis make it in? There she is. Come on. This is our principal, Miss Lewis. Come on. All right. Let's give these ladies an incredible round of applause. Man, handing out a proclamation when they got that seems kind of, we should set that over there somewhere. Here, who wants to, you grab that one. And, all right. There we go, right here. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Perfect. That's good. All right, thanks again, ladies.
I got somebody working to get you.
All right, now we get another very special recognition for another amazing group of state champions. And to present that, Commissioner Manny Ramirez.
Yeah, so thank you first of all to the Chisholm Trail Lady Knights for coming out, and not Chisholm Trail, Eagle Mountain Lady Knights for coming out and celebrating with us today. I think after this court meeting, we're going to have a team on team to see who's ultimately the champion. So Eagle Mountain High School opened up in 2024. It's only been here for 2 years, and that makes this accomplishment even more remarkable. It's incredible. These ladies played their hearts out, and they made Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD proud. I'm happy to be a product of Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD, but I'm old. I was there when there was only one high school, that was Boswell. But in any case, we have some incredible folks with us today. I'm going to read your names, and if you would please stand so we can give you a round of applause before I read this proclamation, then we'll bring you all up. With us today, we've got Eagle Mountain Saginaw ISD board members Paige Ring, Blake Mabry, Ron Franklin, William Boaz, Craig Morgan, and Stephen Newcomb. We also have Eagle Mountain High School Principal Dr. Ron Gatlin. We also have Eagle Mountain ISD Athletic Department Brent Barker and Tricia Levitt. We also have coaches Catherine Forrester, Hannah Seguin, Aaron J. John, Michelle Cook, and Alessandra Montemayor. And from the Eagle Mountain volleyball team, we've got Lily Adams, Molly Aubert, Sophie Burdick, Cambry Chukes, Lily George, Maddie Haney, Brooke Lacewell, Isabel Little, Abigail Moore, Lexi Nichols, London Roberts, Rylyn Roberts, I think they're sisters, Avery Williams, Kiani Williams, and Keely Williams. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me. Now, let me tell you a little about what they did. Whereas on November 21st, 2025, the Eagle Mountain High School Lady Knights volleyball team, through diligence and perseverance and with a season record of 38 wins and only 11 losses, defeated the defending champion Wimberley by a score of 3-1, thereby becoming the Class 4A Division II state champions for the first time in the history of the school and the history of the school district. And whereas these exemplary young women, Lily Adams, Molly Aubert, Sophie Burdick, Cambry Chukes, Lily George, Benicia Gonzalez, Maddie Haney, Brooke Lacewell, Isabel Little, Abigail Moore, Lexi Nichols, London Roberts, Rylyn Roberts, Avery Williams, Keone Williams, Keely Williams, represented themselves, their families, their school, and Tarrant County with honor, dignity, and an unwavering commitment to excellence. Whereas this team distinguished itself with District 7 4A through numerous accolades, including 14 members named to the Academic All-District Team, 3 members named to the District First Team, 3 members to the District Second Team, and 3 members named to the District Honorable Mention Team. Furthermore, Sophie Burdick was designated Server of the Year, Molly Aubert was designated Setter of the Year, and Brooke Lacewell and Keone Williams were jointly designated District Co-MVP. And whereas members of this team also garnered State 4A Division II honors, including Molly Aubert, Keone Williams, Brooke Lacewell, and Maddie Haney, named to the 4A Division II State All-Tournament team, with Molly Aubert further recognized as MVP of the All-Tournament team, and the Nike 4A Division II MVP, Brooke Lacewell, named to the THSCA Academic All-State team. Sophie Burdick, Lexi Nichols, and Rylyn Roberts named to the THSCA Academic All-State Honorable Mention team, and Keone Williams named the UA Next All-American. And whereas head coach Catherine Forrester, along with assistant coaches Hannah Seguin, Aaron J. John, Michelle Cook, and Alessandra Montemayor, who provided steadfast support and guidance throughout the season, were collectively honored as the District 7 4A Coaching Staff of the Year. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby issue this proclamation to the Eagle Mountain High School Lady Knights volleyball team and their coaching staff in recognition of their extraordinary achievements, and we extend our congratulations. I move for approval.
Second. All right, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. All right, it passes unanimously. Congratulations,
Ladies,
ladies.
congratulations. Come on down to our work here. Great job, ladies.
Oh, that's where they played.
That works.
No, no.
Oh, I didn't let her.
Ladies, congratulations.
Great job, Lady Knights.
Would anybody like, from the Eagle Mountain Board, come up and say a few things? Not everybody jump at once? Well, that's all right. We don't need to. Again, thank you very much for coming, ladies, and congratulations.
Yeah, some remarkable volleyball. And if the two teams would like an extra hour to not have to go back to school, we got a big front yard down there. We can suspend court for an hour and go watch a match. So thank you all very much. God bless you, and great job, both of you. Phenomenal.
Can I say something real quick?
Sure, yeah.
So one of the board members here is Blake Mabry, and he used to coach my kids when they were very little in soccer, and always did an incredible job. So Blake, thanks for all the time you put into investing in my kids' lives. They are still better people for it. So great to see you.
All right, next up on our agenda, congratulatory resolution for Ron Lewis, Deputy Director of Tarrant County Juvenile Services, who has announced his retirement. Commissioner Miles.
Thank you, Judge. I think Commissioner Simmons had something she wanted to share about Ron briefly.
I just wanted to say congratulations to you and personally thank you for 3 decades of service to Tarrant County and to those youth who whose paths that you crossed. And so thank you so much for your dedication. I appreciate it, and happy retirement.
Ron, if you would, stand and come to the podium, and you can bring your beautiful family with you if you would like to. With Ron this morning is his lovely wife and his sister. We're good. Before I read this proclamation, I just want to take a point of personal privilege to say, Ron, thank you for the work that you have given, the service you've given to Tarrant County and youth across this county and across this state. The work that we do we are privileged and honored to do, because it's our offering back to God. And I know that you approach this work as a call and ministry to young people. You have changed the trajectory of the lives of so many young people we can't even count. And on behalf of them and their families and our community, I thank you for making Tarrant County better than when you found it. I want to also thank you for every day saying yes to the call on your life to serve children. Thank you, brother.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Whereas Ron Lewis was born in the great city of Texarkana, Texas, graduated from Copperas Cove High School in 1984, and earned a bachelor's degree in criminal justice in 1989 from Texas Christian University.
Go Frogs.
And whereas, I knew that was coming. Ron Lewis's career in juvenile justice began at the Fort Worth State School, where he supervised group homes serving justice-involved youth with intellectual and developmental disabilities. And whereas, Ron Lewis joined Tarrant County Juvenile Services as a detention officer, promoted to shift supervisor in 1995, and in 2007 was promoted to Deputy Assistant Director of Institutional Services, providing oversight of the detention center's pre- and post-adjudication programs. And whereas Ron Lewis was promoted to Deputy Director in 2017, assumed responsibility for the overall operations of the department, and has now served in the juvenile justice profession for 36 years. And whereas Ron Lewis has had the distinct honor of representing the North Texas Chiefs Association on the Texas Juvenile Justice Department Advisory Council, where he contributed to the rewrite of the Texas Administrative Code for pre- and post-adjudication correctional standards. And for this work, the Advisory Council was formally recognized by the Texas Juvenile Justice Department Board of Directors for its leadership and statewide impact. And whereas Ron Lewis has served on the Tarrant County Human Trafficking Advisory Committee, helping to establish the care coordination team and implement protocols to respond effectively to victims of human trafficking, and currently serves on the Board of Directors for Guild Children's Services and the TCU National Alumni Board. And whereas one of Ron Lewis's most valued accomplishments has been to foster an organizational culture rooted in collaboration across divisions, aligned with a mission of transforming youth, reducing juvenile delinquency, and strengthening community safety. And whereas Ron Lewis has provided invaluable leadership and guidance on many significant projects and challenges Tarrant County has faced, and for whatever will be regarded as a respected member of our community whose impact will remain as a central element of the continued success of the Tarrant County community. And whereas Ron Lewis has been married to his wife, Kim, for 36 years, are the proud parents of twin daughters, Jessica and Latasha, and are blessed with 3 grandchildren, Stasha, Brooklyn, and Braylon. Now, therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby recognize and congratulate Ron Lewis for 34 years of dedicated service to Tarrant County Juvenile Services and for the numerous contributions he has made to the citizens of Tarrant County. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 9th day of December 2025. Ron, we salute you. We thank you for your service, and we wish you happy days as you venture into this next journey called retirement. Congratulations, my friend and my brother. And before I come to present this resolution to you, we have received from Judge Kim this flag. The Honorable Alex Kim, 323rd District Court, has presented this certificate and Texas flag to Ron Lewis. This flag was flown over the 323rd District Court, Tarrant County, Texas, on November 28, 2025, to commemorate his last day of employment after 12,413 consecutive days of faithful service to the youth and citizens of Tarrant County, Texas. In witness thereof and pursuant to the authority vested in me, I have set my hand and seal of the office at Fort Worth, Texas on the 28th of November in the 2025th year of our Lord and in the 119th year of the Republic.
Thank you.
Commissioner Miles, that was so stirring that I want to move to approve your resolution, if that's possible. Can I do that?
Second.
That's right.
Second.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion and a second.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Great job, Ron.
Thank you, Ron.
Thank you to my colleagues on the court.
We'll make it official.
Yep. All right, we voted. All right, passes unanimously.
Hey,
If they want to go, they can go.
how you doing? Good, thank you. All right. Good morning, Judge O'Hara, Commissioners. It's truly an honor to be recognized by this diocese. Appreciate it. Commissioner Miles, we've known each other for a long time. You've always been supportive, and I certainly appreciate it. I want to recognize the most important person in my life, and that's Jesus Christ and God. But I want to recognize my wife, who has been a part of our life. We've been together since we were 16 years old, 41 years. I was fortunate enough to marry my high school sweetheart. She has been very supportive throughout my career, put in some long hours. We had twin girls. I worked shift work in detention starting off, so it wasn't easy for her to navigate everything we had to do as a family, but she's been my rock star. And anytime I needed anything, she provided encouragement and supported me throughout my career with Tarrant County. So I just wanted to recognize her first. I want to share how I got started and wanted to get involved in juvenile justice. I initially was going to go into federal law enforcement, and God placed someone at TCU in my path. He was an adjunct professor named Jerry Wood, but he was also the assistant director for Tarrant County Juvenile Services for 38 years. He passed away in 2002 of Parkinson's disease, but he encouraged me to do an internship at Juvenile Justice Center in the detention center, and it was life-changing for me. I found my calling doing that internship. I did what it takes to get some experience working for the state for 2 years, in all efforts to just get on the hired by Tarrant County. The commitment that they had to kids and family has been ongoing for years. That commitment continues by the staff we have in place and the leadership we have in place. And I'm very happy and fortunate to be a part of that change and that commitment to our communities, our families, and our kids. So I'd like to thank everyone for the support from the Commissioners Court throughout these years. Y'all have always given us guidance, supported our department for our needs that we have, both staffing, programs, and services. And I am very fortunate that we had that support for a number of years. So thank you again. And thank you for this opportunity to come before the board and be recognized. I would, however, like to take 1 minute and recognize some of my staff that showed up. Staff that are on my leadership team that have supported me throughout my career. Some of them are long-term employees, and I'd like them to stand up and just be recognized if I could. But I guess he stepped out. There you go. I'd like to also thank Riley Shaw, our Chief Juvenile Probation Officer, Tarrant County. It's been an honor to work for you for the past year, and I wish you continued success and best wishes. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ron. A real humble servant right there.
Indeed.
All right, we'll take a brief little pause while we give them the ability to go back to school. Congrats, ladies. Thanks for being here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Were you shocked when Crowley lost that game? Or was that when they not as good this year?
I was shocked. Well,
I mean, they got beat pretty good.
yeah, I wasn't shocked.
Not what they had last year.
No, it's not the same team.
It's like
I know. This was crazy.
state quarterfinals, they won 51 to 19. I mean, that's it's hard to fathom. Okay, next up on our agenda is a memorial resolution honoring Bishop Kenneth Bernard Spears. Commissioner Miles.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. Before I read this memorial resolution, my colleague, Commissioner Simmons, has some remarks, and then I'll have some afterwards.
Yes. You know, I did not know Bishop Spears as long as you did, but the three and a half years that I've known him, he's been amazing. It was like an instant friendship. I could always count on big hugs and prayers and encouragement and lots of laughs. He's a comedian just like me. So we had good times when we were together. So I just want to say we've lost a giant in the faith community and extend my heartfelt condolences to his wife, his sons, Kenneth and Kyle, and say thank you to them for allowing their husband to serve the Fort Worth and Tarrant County communities. So that's it. He will be missed.
Yes, he will. Bishop Spears was a great man of faith, and he was accessible to anybody who needed him. I think his son summed it up best at the funeral when he said, "Since birth, I've had to share my dad." Those words really resonated with me because I can attest to that. My father was a pastor, and for as long as I can remember, I always had to share my dad with whoever needed him. And it just speaks to the type of man Bishop was and the caliber of man he was. He was always available. I would always get these calls, especially when my dad died. You know, when you lose a loved one, the day of the funeral and before the funeral and a couple of days after, you're inundated with phone calls and messages and things of that nature. But as the weeks go by and they turn into months, those calls diminish greatly. But I remember a couple of months after my father had passed, Bishop called me. And in his favorite way, "Hey, bud, I'm just calling to check on you, to see how you're doing, to make sure you're all right." And I know that it was the providence of God that he called me, because that day I was really struggling, missing my dad. And he obeyed God and called me just to check on me. He didn't have anything profound to say. He was just there. And that's symbolic of who he was. He was always there for our community. No matter what the need was, no matter what issue arose, Bishop was always there, and he was always there with a steady hand. He never got too high or too low. He was always there to provide wisdom and counsel for our community and for me. And the last memory that I will share is when I was considering running for this office. I had met with a lot of people, and I went to go meet with Bishop. And we were at lunch, and he said something that changed my life. He said, "Rod, I've met with a lot of people who wanted to run for office, and they've told me that they want to run for office. But there have been very few, if any, who've come to me and said, 'I'm praying about running for office.' My advice to you is to take some time in consecrated prayer and seek God and ask God if this is what you should do. You don't need my yes. You need God's yes."
That's good advice.
And I did that. And as a result of that wisdom that was shared with me, I sit here today to represent my people and to represent my village and my community. And I'm so grateful to Bishop for pouring into my life, for being a mentor and a spiritual advisor to me, a shoulder that I could lean on, and a voice of wisdom that I could draw from. My life has been forever changed and shaped by the sacrifice of Bishop Spears and his precious family. So I pay homage to Bishop Spears today, to his family, and to the First St. John Cathedral for giving us such a gift for our community. And with that being said, I will read the memorial resolution. Whereas the family and friends of Bishop Kenneth Bernard Spears were deeply saddened by his death on Monday, November 17, 2025. And whereas the passing of Bishop Spears took from our community an outstanding spiritual leader, servant, mentor, father, and friend. And whereas Bishop Spears, a native of Fort Worth, has served as pastor of the First St. John Missionary Baptist Church since 1995, and by the guiding of the Holy Spirit, has helped transition the 110-year-old church into the 21st century. And whereas Bishop Spears attended Bishop College in Dallas, Texas, earned a bachelor's degree at United Theological Seminary in Texarkana, Texas, a master's degree from Servine Theological College in Denver, Colorado, and an honorary Doctor of Humanities degree from Louisiana Baptist University in Shreveport, Louisiana. And whereas Bishop Spears answered his call to ministry in 1981 at the age of 17 while a student in the Fort Worth Independent School District. And whereas Bishop Spears' leadership and vision was evident not only through his ministry, but through his commitment to the community. And whereas Bishop Spears was the founder and CEO of My Community First Community Development Corporation, chairman of the Black Voters Impact Committee, served on the McDonald Southeast YMCA Board of Managers, Fort Worth ISD Adopt a School Program, JPS Health Network Advisory Board, 60 and Better, Baptist Ministers Union, and the Black Ecumenical Leadership Alliance. And whereas Bishop Spears served as district overseer of the Full Gospel Baptist Church Fellowship in 2000, appointed state overseer for North Texas in 2004, consecrated to the office of bishop in 2005, serving North Texas for the Full Gospel Baptist Church Fellowship, and elevated to the Bishop's Council in 2012 with the responsibility of promoting growth of the Full Gospel Baptist Fellowship. And whereas Bishop Kenneth Bernard Spears, a strong pillar of his community, leaves a legacy of love as he is survived by his wife Angela and their two sons, Kenneth Samuel and Kyle Brandon. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, pay tribute and celebrate the life and legacy of a beloved and honorable man of God, recognize the contributions he has made to the people of Tarrant County, and extend our deepest sympathy to the members of his family and his many friends for their great loss. In witness whereof we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 9th day of December 2025, and this is for ratification only.
Second.
Do we move to ratify something? We do, don't we?
Yes, that's
Okay.
correct.
So you have a motion to ratify.
I motion to ratify.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion before voting? All right, please cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously.
Thank you. His family's not here today.
Okay. Let's see. All right, thank you for that. Next, we have a resolution honoring the life and legacy of Elsie Odom. To present this, Commissioner Simmons.
So I want to acknowledge the passing of Arlington's first African-American mayor, first and only African-American mayor, Elsie Odom. I have lots of stories about Mayor Odom because his daughter, Dr. Barbara Odom Wesley, and I are sorority sisters, so we've been close for decades. She's lots older than me, but we've been close for a long time. Our families, she and her husband Curtis and their children and Elsie and Ruby Odom have always embraced my children, attended all of their events and mentored them. So the loss of Mayor Odom was poignant for my family and the entire community. I remember when Elsie first ran for Arlington City Council. And you know how candidates ask you to host a meet and greet for them in your home. And I had to be about 24, had a little baby on my knee, invited my neighbors, and one neighbor showed up. And I was like, well, sorry about that. And I was, I said, I don't know. But he gave his speech to me, my neighbor, my husband, my baby, like it was a full crowd. And I was always embarrassed that I couldn't draw more people out. But every time I went to hear him speak or present and he saw me in the audience, he would credit me for hosting his first meet and greet. And I said, why do you do that? He says, because I really appreciated it. He did that for years. So that's just a little bit about Mayor Odom. He is very respected in Arlington and across Tarrant County. So I have a resolution for him. It is for ratification. there was a lying in state or public viewing in council chambers on November 26th. The funeral was Saturday, November 29th. The wake was Friday, the 28th. So our resolution has already been displayed, and I am offering it up for ratification today. His son-in-law, Curtis Wesley, is here to accept it, but I'll read this resolution, Curtis, before you come up. Whereas the Tarrant County Commissioners Court and the citizens of Tarrant County mourn the passing of former Arlington Mayor Elsie Delano Odom on November 17, 2025. And whereas Mayor Odom was born May 10, 1929 in Newton County, Texas, and was raised in the historic Freedom Colony of Shankleville, Texas, grounding his life in the values of community, hard work, and service. And whereas prior to his political career, he served his country with distinction as a dedicated employee of the United States Postal Service for over 3 decades, notably becoming one of the nation's first African-American postal inspectors in 1967. And whereas Mayor Odom became a true trailblazer, first by being elected the first African-American city official in Orange County in 1965, and later becoming the first African-American elected to the Arlington City Council in 1990, where he served place 4 until 1997. As a councilman, he championed crucial civic projects, including serving as president of the Arlington Sports Facilities Development Authority, overseeing the construction of the ballpark in Arlington, and successfully working to retain both the Texas Rangers and General Motors Arlington Assembly Plant within the city. And whereas on May 6, 1997, he made history again by being elected the first African-American mayor of the city of Arlington, serving with distinction until 2003. And whereas during his tenure as mayor, his administration's major accomplishments included advocating for Arlington youth, supporting programs for seniors and citizens with disabilities, increasing minority representation on city boards and commissions, and prudently guiding the city to pay off the ballpark at Arlington bond ahead of schedule. Whereas his legacy is defined by his integrity, his commitment to making local government reflective of its populace, and his pioneering spirit that opened paths for countless others in Tarrant County. And whereas we recognize that Mayor Elsie Odom's lifelong dedication to public service, his family, including his wife, Ruby Lee Trevelyan Odom, and his children, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and his community will be deeply missed but never forgotten. Now therefore be it resolved that the Tarrant County Commissioners Court hereby expresses its profound gratitude for the life and immeasurable contributions of Mayor Elsie Odom. Be it further resolved that this court extends its deepest sympathies to the Odom family and directs that an official copy of this resolution be presented to them as a token of the community's high esteem. In witness whereof we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 9th day of December 2025. I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any discussion before voting?
I'll just add one thing. I remember
Second from Commissioner, there we go.
when I was running for House District 93, part of it was North Fort Worth, part of it was North Arlington. And so I was working the polls, and it's the Elsie Odom Community Center. And I remember asking some people down there, I said, so who is Elsie Odom? And I thought, usually we name people things after our people have passed and gone. They're like, well, he's the former mayor and all this, but he's still here, right? And so he's still in the community center today. And it just made an impact on me, like the life you have to live where people honor you right then, right? That they felt so compelled to name something for you right then, let me know what an incredible pillar of the community he was for a long time. And so I instantly had great respect for him. Then I learned more about him, but that to me was a huge testament to the life that he lived and the impact he had on that community, which I thought was pretty incredible.
Absolutely.
Thank you. All right, Curtis, come on up.
Let's do
And
it.
it did pass unanimously.
Okay, I first want to thank Elisa and the county judge and the rest of the commission. My daddy, he wrote a book called Counting My Blessings. He led a blessed life for 96 years. He was blessed with a devoted wife for 78 years. Wow. He was blessed with 2 children. He had 6 grandchildren and 5 great-grandchildren. I am his son-in-law, but he treated me from day one like his son.
That's right.
I know he accomplished a lot, but he was a great family man. He did live a blessed life, but at the same time, he blessed a lot of people, including myself. So I want to thank you for this honor and for my family. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Curtis.
All right, next we have a resolution honoring the Crescent Volunteer Fire Department's Operations Chief, Richard Ward, for his heroic actions on September 1st of this year. Commissioner Simmons.
Yes, sir. So this resolution recognizing Crescent Volunteer Fire Department Operations Chief Richard Ward, this is for recognizing him for his finest hour of firefighting, which happened last September. I've tried to present this recognition over the past couple of months. However, our schedules did not sync until today. So it gives me great honor to celebrate Chief Ward for his exceptional leadership on the scene of a deadly accident on Labor Day of this year. I think we've got some of the story in here. It's just fascinating. Whereas on Labor Day, Monday, September 1st, 2025, at approximately 8:24 p.m., the Crescent Volunteer Fire Department was dispatched to a motor vehicle accident in the 8700 block of Farm to Market Road 1187 in southwestern Tarrant County, involving multiple vehicles, entrapments, and a vehicle fire. And whereas Crescent Volunteer Fire Department Operations Chief Richard Ward responded immediately, arriving on the scene just 3 minutes and 53 seconds after dispatch to find a catastrophic and chaotic situation with debris and human remains scattered across the roadway and one vehicle fully engulfed. And whereas upon arrival, Chief Ward quickly assessed the situation, stopping his vehicle away from danger, rushing to the burning vehicle and discovering a fatally injured passenger and a trapped driver. And demonstrating remarkable composure, courage, and professionalism, Chief Ward cut away the passenger seatbelt, removed her remains from the burning vehicle with the assistance of bystanders, and then risked his own safety to rescue the surviving driver from the fire through the passenger side. Whereas within 1 minute and 15 seconds of his arrival, Chief Ward had triaged 6 patients, requested additional ambulances, and launched air medical transport for the rescued driver, who later survived and was discharged from the ICU on September 27, 2025. Whereas Chief Ward's decisive leadership ensured all patients were treated, transported, or ready for transport within 32 minutes of the initial call, earning unanimous commendation from responding EMS agencies for his exceptional scene management. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, with the deepest gratitude and respect for his service and heroism, hereby commend Operations Chief Richard Ward of the Crescent Volunteer Fire Department for his extraordinary bravery, swift action, and dedication to saving lives under extreme and dangerous circumstances on September 1st, 2025. In witness whereof we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 9th day of December 2025. I move approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion before voting?
That's incredible.
It is.
Awesome. All right, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously.
Okay, Chief Ward, come on down. Let's give him a hand. Chief Becker and Mrs. Ward, come on down.
Wow.
Just want to thank the commissioners and Judge O'Hare for the recognition. It means a lot to have the support of Tarrant County behind us. It's great to have that support because it helps us provide the best outcome for obviously a traumatic injury accident that we had to endure. Only other person I really want to recognize is my wife, Christina, wherever she ran off to.
Run off.
She is absolutely wonderful. Her support at home after these incidents is amazing. Not only that, she also supports our department in ways that words can't describe. But just want to say thank you.
Great job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Judge, Commissioners, I'm Ron Becker. I'm the fire chief for the Crescent Volunteer Fire Department. And we're sort of like Mayberry, if you recall. Andy Griffith would say sheriff, and he would flip the thing over. It said he's justice of the peace. I'm also the mayor of the city of Crescent. Thank you guys for recognizing Richard and our fire department. I know Richard would tell you that had it been others that were there, 20 or 30 of our guys could have probably got close to doing the same thing, but he's an exceptional asset both to Tarrant County and to us. This was a bad wreck. It was serious. We lost 4 people in it, but due to him, no more than that were lost, even though several were injured. And thank you all for your recognition of him and our department.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Chief.
All right, next on the agenda, we have a resolution in commemoration of the 40th anniversary of Tarrant County 911. Commissioner Ramirez.
Yeah, very exciting today, and we've got 911 Director Rick Brunson and Executive Director Sherry Deckert here to accept this resolution. Whereas the Tarrant County 911 Emergency Assistance District is a communication district and political subdivision of the state of Texas, established and operated pursuant to Texas Health and Safety Code, Chapter 772, Subchapter C as amended, and whereas the district was created April 6, 1985 through state legislation and a vote of Tarrant County citizens to enhance emergency response capabilities and ensure that residents have reliable access to emergency services. And whereas for 40 years, the district has served as a critical link between the public and emergency responders, managing advanced technology and systems that route 911 calls accurately and efficiently to the appropriate public safety answering points. And whereas the district has continually embraced innovation, implementing text to 911, upgrading to next generation 911 technology, and maintaining redundancies to ensure uninterrupted voice service, thereby improving public safety for all residents, including vulnerable populations. And whereas the district's mission remains steadfast, to provide prompt, reliable, and effective emergency communication service that protect life and property throughout Tarrant County. And whereas the Commissioners Court recognizes the dedication of the district's leadership, staff, and partners who have worked tirelessly to advance emergency communication systems and safeguard the community. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby celebrate the 40th anniversary of Tarrant County 911 Emergency Assistance District, honor its vital contributions to public safety, and express profound appreciation for its continued commitment to excellence and innovation in emergency communications. Be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution to be presented to the Tarrant County 911 Emergency Assistance District as a token of gratitude and recognition for 4 decades of outstanding service to the residents of Tarrant County, City of Irving, and Grand Prairie. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 9th day of December 2025, and I move for approval.
I second it, and I second it because I was there half of those 40 years. I worked for Tarrant County 911 District for 18 and a half years. So congratulations to my people, Sherry, Rick Brunson. You can have your proclamation back.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
What, second, what,
We haven't
vote?
voted.
Oh, yeah.
All right, passes unanimously.
And before you come down to accept the resolution, I will say for most citizens out there, they'll ask, what is
A
Tarrant County
911
911?
district.
What is this district? And the clearest and most succinct answer is when you press 911 on the phone, it's the group that makes sure that you get emergency response immediately and as quick as possible. So they make it all possible. Rick and Sherry, please come down.
You can go around her right through.
You still make it.
You got this.
Got it. Perfect.
Ladies first.
You know, I think Elisa said it all. You know, we're all about relationships, and we didn't have y'all as part of our family and supporting us and guiding us every step of the way, whether it be through emergency trends of 911 or making sure a call got where it's supposed to be. We couldn't have done this without the support of the Commissioner's Court. And while I know Manny from his work with my husband at Fort Worth PD and Elisa in 911, those types of relationships have made us who we are and made us excellent. And our one goal is to make sure no call is ever lost. So We're here for you, and we appreciate you being here to support us. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry.
Thank you.
One of the advantages of having this much gray hair is that you remember things. And thank y'all for 40 years of support, but more importantly, Tarrant County government, Commissioners Court, was supportive of Tarrant County 911 before we were even a district. So, thank y'all.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
All right, before we get to employee recognition, I missed calling on a speaker on one item, the memorial resolution for Bishop Kenneth Bernard Spears. Bishop Kirkland, would you like to address this?
Thank you. 1993, a hip-hop trio, Salt and Pepper, recorded a song titled What a Man. Bishop Dr. Kenneth B. Bernard Spears was what a man, what a man, what a mighty good man. Bishop lost his entire family, his first family, in an automobile accident.
Oh, wow.
And he struggled to walk again. But with his determination, he did walk. And not only did he walk, but he walked this city through some dark days. Bishop reminded me of the last stanza of Rudyard Kipling poem, If you could talk with crowds and keep your virtue, if you could walk with kings, nor lose your common touch, if neither foe nor living friend could hurt you, if all men count with you, but none too much. His Grace, the Most Reverend Kenneth Bernard Spears, was my covering and my bishop. He would always pray for me fervently. I could call him no matter where I was in the world. He talked to me like a father does to a son. Like my biological father, I could trust his wisdom. He was a gatekeeper of our village. His Grace was a trailblazer in the Lord's church. He dared to take a traditional Baptist church and transform it and lead it into uncharted territory. Many faith leaders in the city told him he was making a monumental mistake, yet he treaded the onward path. Many shunned him and deserted him, only have to come full circle and once again embrace his knowledge and his wisdom. His Grace was a product of the East Side. He was a proud product of Stop 6. Like Yeshua, some good things could come from a challenged place. Yes, there are some good things on the East Side. Thank you, First St. John, Lady Spears, Kenneth Jr., and Cal for sharing Bishop with us all. His Grace knew more about politics in the city than most of us. He often reminded us how easily the fabric of Tarrant County could change if we'd only participate. He knew how to rally the troops like none other. Well, Bishop, as a tribute to you, I plan to work hard, to work my behind off, in wake of your memory. So I pledge to turn Tarrant County blue, starting with the judge seat of this council. God rest the memory of our bishop. Thank you.
All right, next we have employee recognition. And we don't have as many employees who celebrate their anniversary in December. So if you are here today, as I call your name, please rise. We'll do it in our normal order. 5-year employees: Sasha Anderson, Austin Bridges, Matthew Case, Cherie Coulter, Luis Nieves Rosado, Sahid Runsawe, Morad Sahaja, Hector Segovia Jr., Sandra Torres Bonilla, Trevor Vanderpool, and Jennifer Weaver. Thank you all for 5 years. We appreciate you. Now we have our 10-year employees. There are 5 of those. Juana Brinley, Gary Champagne, Darren De La Cruz, Leanna Kirk, and William Redmond Jr. Thank you. Thank all of you for 10 years. We have no 15-year employees. They got to 14 years, 364 days and quit. So next we'll go to the 20-year employees. Ashley Barnes, Michael Blandford, Malika Gonzalez, Raquel Harmon, Irma Jimenez, Lorenzo Macias, and Elizabeth Wall Johnson. Thank you all for 2 decades. All right, now we have 3 25-year employees. Is Maria Esther Perez with us? Hello there. 25 years, you're an assistant court manager, born and raised in Fort Worth, went to Lake Worth High School, 3 sons, 6 grandchildren, and you have been in your entire 25 years with the county with JP6, which is pretty remarkable. And most memorable moment today for being able to reach such a prestigious milestone. Well, we're thankful for your 25 years. May you have as many more as you wish, and congratulations, Maria. Next we have Dana. No, we don't have Dana yet. Dana's saved the best for last, they say. Georgia Crittenden. Is Georgia here? Okay, Georgia's with Criminal Court 7, and she has also been with us 25 years. Let's give Georgia a big round of applause. Jennifer Hicks is not attending. She's been with Juvenile Services, and she is celebrating her 25th anniversary also. Let's give Jennifer a big round of applause. And now we get to Dana. Is Dana here with us? Hello, Dana. How are you? Dana Victorson is celebrating 30 years, 3 decades with Tarrant County. A juvenile probation officer, born in Detroit, Michigan, but got to Texas as fast as he could. He said that. Went to high school at Thomas Jefferson Senior High School in Bloomington, Minnesota. I went to college at, how do you pronounce that? Bemidji?
It's Bemidji State University.
Bemidji State University in Minnesota. And you graduated from UNT with a bachelor's degree. 1 child, 18 years old. In fact, no one knows about him. Allegedly, he is distantly related to Swedish royalty. That's cool. What he likes to do for fun, play golf, martial arts, and eat barbecue, or cook barbecue, or both.
Yes, sir.
Both, okay, good. No other job titles with county. 30 years as a juvenile probation officer. Wow, that's incredible. Most memorable moment, being on the hot seat during testimony with Judge Kim. And what he likes the most, working with the families and guiding them through the court system, and says he has the best coworkers ever. So you look far too young to be celebrating your 30th anniversary, but thank you for 30 years with Tarrant County. We appreciate you. All right, that is our employee recognition. I will move to receive and file this.
Second.
I have a motion and a second on employee recognition. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, thank you to all of our employees for all that you do. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to all of you. And passes unanimously. We're going to do Commissioners Court announcements right now, and then you are certainly excused if you want to go now, but if you'll wait here just a couple of minutes, there's a reception for you on the 4th floor. And with that, before we take our break, Commissioners Court comments. Oh, I say that. No, we do. Why do I keep forgetting these things that pop up because they're not in the normal order? We do have one more thing that's probably way more enjoyable than any Commissioners Court comments you're going to get. But let's go with that, and then we'll go to the highlight of today, I believe.
Thank you, Judge. We have a treat for all of the court members and those who are in attendance. And a tradition that was set by my predecessor, Commissioner Roy Charles Brooks, during the holiday season, we always have a choir to come and provide Christmas carols for us. This year we have the David L. Walker Elementary School under the leadership of choral director Anita Lewis and the Fine Arts Director Stacy Lawton, and we have a representative from the Crowley Independent School District Board of Trustees, Dr. Nedra Robinson. So please, let's receive the David L. Walker Elementary School Choir.
Got a microphone and everything. Look at that setup. Love it.
We're getting the sound ready, so bear with us for just a few minutes, a few moments rather. There we go.
Our elf needs to help.
We need the elf's help.
Great job.
Great job, ladies.
Great job.
And gentlemen,
Just a couple of dudes. Thank y'all.
They're behind you.
One hop this time.
If I were a reindeer, where would I be? Living at the North Pole naturally. If I were a reindeer, what would I do? I'd fly, fly, fly with Santa, it's true. Antlers on top, pulling a sleigh, ready to fly. Night or day, oh, if I were a reindeer, I'll be flying away. If I were a reindeer, what would I see? Lots of other reindeer, naturally. If I were a reindeer, when would I fly? I'd fly, fly, fly with Santa on my antlers on top, pulling a sleigh, ready to fly. Night or day, oh, if I were a reindeer, I'd be flying away. Antlers on top, pulling a sleigh, ready to fly. Night or day, oh, if I were a reindeer, I'd be flying away. If I were a reindeer, I'd be flying away. If I were a reindeer, I'd be flying away. I'll be flying away. Oh yeah.
Thank you, David L. Walker Elementary School Choir.
Well done. Now we will have a special Christmas duet from Tom Wilder and Rick Barnes. So, the
Recess. Please recess.
Yeah.
Recess.
So, do you have any more? Yeah.
No.
Yeah. You want somebody? Yeah.
One quick announcement. We have our free prostate cancer screening event coming up on February the 28th of 2026. For more information, please call our office, 817-370-4500, or you can go on the Tarrant County website and look at Precinct 1. There's registration information there available as well. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Simmons?
yes, I have two announcements. The first is a big thank you on November 15th. I held a food distribution Saturday, November 15th, at the Arlington Sub Courthouse, with the assistance, of course, of the Tarrant Area Food Bank and Arlington Charities. We gave away enough food, 30 pounds of food, to 500 families. The line snaked through both of our parking lots at the Arlington Sub Courthouse, and west on Abram, far past UTA. The need is great, and we need to be reminded of that. So I'm thankful to the Tarrant Area Food Bank, Arlington Charities, the Arlington Police Department, who we worked on a traffic plan in advance, but we needed to amend that on the fly for their assistance. And when I had this bright idea, the food bank said, yes, but you need to find 75 volunteers. And this was on a Monday before, and I went, oh God. So I put out the call to the African-American fraternities in Arlington, and they showed up. So I'd like to thank Omega Psi Phi fraternity, the OGG chapter in Arlington, the Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity, the Arlington Grand Prairie chapter, and Alpha Phi Alpha fraternity, the Arlington chapter, Nu Pi Lambda, for showing up, and a few of my sorority sisters. But, and we had some folks from the Young Democrats and just a number of people that showed up to help us separate the food, put the food in bags, and get the bags into the cars. And special thanks to Constable Sandra Lee, whose staff helped out. Constable Lee was not supposed to be, she was just getting me some staff, but she ended up staying there from 6 a.m. in the morning herself until it was over, working the parking lots, being told there is a better way to do this. But she took it all in stride, and she's just an angel. So thank you, and we met so many families with all sorts of needs, and so we have connected, my staff has connected with them and tried to get them the help that they need. So thanks to everybody, including my staff, because this was it was kind of like that. And Valerie Hill, thank you for pulling all of this together, and the rest of my staff, so thank you. Up next, I have a partnering with the Kappas again, the Arlington Grand Prairie Kappa Alpha Psi fraternity with their toy collection. So that is, I can't get to it fast enough. This Saturday, December 13th at 10 a.m. at the Arlington Sub Courthouse. So if you have toys you can drop off, we would much appreciate that, and we'll get those out to children who need them this holiday season. Thank you. That's it. That's all I have, Judge.
Okay, thank you.
I've got one. December 19th, week from Friday, we're having our Cocoa with the Commissioner in Precinct 3. And so would love for you to join us. We're inviting all the city leaders, all the civic organizations, everybody, interested citizens. Would love to have you there just to interact and enjoy some of the Christmas season with us. But again, December 19th, Cocoa with the Commissioner from 8 a.m. to 9:30 at the Gary Fickus Northeast Courthouse. So would love to have you there. We'll have an appearance by Santa, I believe, and maybe some other fun treats as well. So would love to have you there.
Yes, so mark your calendars, February 2nd, 12 p.m. will be the third annual Tarrant County Salutes Veterans event in partnership with the Fort Worth Stock Show and Rodeo. We have thousands of veterans come through, and remember, it's free admission to the grounds that day at the stock show, and pretty much every resource you can imagine for our veteran community. So please come out if you know a veteran, if you are a veteran, or if you just want to support veterans, please come out.
Thanks, sir. And last but not least, tonight is our Toys for Tots Toy Drive in front of South Lake Town Hall. We have a lot of folks planning on to come drop off toys for kids, which is wonderful, including this morning, Helen and her band of Merry Elves from Budget dropped off what's at least 2 boxes full, I would say, to our office. So thank you, Helen, and all your staff for doing that, and hope people will come out tonight. It's 4 to 9, South Lake Town Square. There's going to be a hot cocoa bar and a, what else are we doing? Oh, there's a community band going to be there from 7 to 9. So it should be a fun time. Everyone is invited. And with that, we are going to take a recess. I show it is 11:32, so we will be back in here at 11:45 to resume the meeting. We are now in recess. All right, we're back from recess. Now we will start the regular portion of the meeting. First item up is the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
Move approval. Second.
We have a motion to second to approve the amended consent agenda. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, please vote. All right, the amended consent agenda passes unanimously. Now it takes us to item F1, which has been removed from consent. F1, budget and risk management consideration of an interlocal agreement between Tarrant County and MHMR of Tarrant County for the operation of the Mental Health Jail Diversion Center.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve this item. Any discussion before speakers? All right, read bills. Bishop Kirkland, Lon Burnham, Paul David Williams.
Well,
That.
again, I am here to applaud and thank you for considering entering into this agreement with MHMR for continuation of the Jail Diversion Center. Since opening in 2023, this resource has helped alleviate overcrowding in the county jail and offer an alternative to treatment for individuals with mental health needs, which they do not get in the jail. The obligations of MHMR outlined in the contract are extensive and cover the requirements for medical and psychiatric assessments, treatment, and referrals. The obligations of Tarrant County, however, are limited to providing, maintaining, and securing the property. In order to succeed, the program needs more from the county. In order to take full advantage of the services the center offers, all law enforcement officers and personnel involved with jail intake need to be aware of the purpose and availability of the diversion center and be trained to recognize behavior that meets the criteria for transfer to the facility instead of incarceration. Also, the number of clients served each month should be reported as required and made available for the public to see. Please encourage MHMR to improve the mission to include more patients and fully fund these efforts when necessary. If we are to overcome the challenges in our jail system, we must continue to fund and support good programs like the MHMR Jail Diversion Center.
Shh. All right, Bishop Kirkland, then Lon Burnham.
Lord, I live in America where people cannot clap. That is insane to me.
You can sit down if you would
Thanks.
like to. Sit
Thanks.
down. Your time is done. Sit down. Go. It's not commentary on how we run the court. Your comments are limited to this item. Take a seat. You're not talking on this one. Next up is Lon Burnham. There's not going to be commentary from you on everything out of the audience. I'm the one talking now. There's not going to be commentary from you, or remove him from the room. All right, Mr. Burnham, you may go.
Excuse my sinuses, please. First, I want to thank county staff for working closely with MHMR. This is an incredibly wonderful program. It's inadequate. It's underfunded. I want to second everything that Ms. Bills said and everything that the bishop would have said had his First Amendment rights not been denied in support of this program. I just have to say that it's too little, too late for too many people, and why isn't this funding doubled? Thank you very much to the MHR staff. I know they do what they can with the limited resources they have, and thank you to the county staff, but no thanks to the Commissioners Court, because you're just not doing this program justice.
All right, Paul David Williams.
This should be on consent. There should be a full discussion of all the problems in the administration on this topic.
All right, those are all the speakers on this item. Any discussion before voting? All right, there's 4 present, so it passes 4-0. Next item is item G1. You can close the vote. All right, next item is G1, which is Community Development Request for Public Hearing, Tuesday, January 13th, 2026 at 10 a.m. to consider Amendment Number 1 to the Tarrant County 2025 to 2029 Consolidated Plan and Program Year 2025 Action Plan.
Move for approval.
We have a motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
All right, motion is second. Any discussion from the court before speakers? All right, on item G1, is this G1 that you have in front of me? All right, Mr. Burnham.
Again, I want to thank staff for working on this. It's a really important step in the right direction. But at the risk of sounding petulant, I'm going to say, once again, the Commissioner's Court is failing to adequately fund this program. We're in a crisis mode here, created or worsened by the national government, and you need to step up to the plate and try to address this problem. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Any discussion before final vote? All right, passes unanimously. Brings us to item G4, which is consideration of program year 2025 Emergency Solutions Grant Program subrecipient agreements between Tarrant County and nonprofit agencies in Tarrant County for emergency shelter operations.
Move for approval. Second.
Motion is second to approve this item. Any discussion before speaker? Deborah Kratke.
Good morning. The work Tarrant County staff have done through the ESG funding has been exemplary. They should be praised for their insight and assistance to providing services of to homeless providers. However, there is a bigger issue that needs to be addressed by this court. Yesterday, HUD removed the FY25 Continuum of Care Notice of Funding Opportunity called NOFO from their website and from grants.gov. The COC Continuum of Care for year 2025 NOFA, which was released on November the 13th of 2025, would require grantees to reapply for FY25 funding with new rules and regulations. HUD has since provided an update on the NOFA, which states, the department has withdrawn a notice of funding opportunity with respect to the Continuum of Care grant program. This withdrawal will allow the department to make appropriate revisions to the NOFO, and the department intends to do so. Now, here's where we need you. The changes in that November 13th funding were stark. Funding for permanent supported housing was cut by up to 70%. Changes were designed to redirect funds from permanent supported housing to transitional housing and support services. This would lead to the eviction of literally hundreds of families who are now living in units paid for through permanent supported housing. Since this could lead individuals and families to face evictions, this could have a really negative impact on Tarrant County residents. Local organizations, including the county, have done great work in addressing this challenge. We are one of the leaders in the nation when it comes to homeless services, but this could be serious. There are currently approximately 5,797 evictions in October and November alone here in Tarrant County. There are currently approximately 2,175 individuals over 25 who are homeless and 102 young adults between 18 and 24 who are homeless. There are 160 families also homeless. In my opinion, now is the time for you to let HUD know just how destructive cutting these funds would be. Now is the time to oppose slashing the amount of grant funding that could be spent on permanent housing. Many of these people are disabled. Many have been on the streets for a long period of time. These changes could shift over 2/3 of the $3.9 billion toward transitional housing and other short-term interventions. I would beg you to please act.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All right, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. Now we go to item J1. J1 is consideration of a memorandum of understanding between Tarrant County DA's office and Tarrant County College District for use of the firing range.
Move for approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve this item. Any discussion before speakers? Nan Terry, Lon Burnham, and Paul David Williams.
I just want to thank the DA's office for using an existing facility at the Tarrant County Community College for their firing range. I support this program, unlike the building the law enforcement training center, and I'm still not sure why the sheriff can't use existing facilities. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Burnham. Mr. Burnham?
Once again, I appreciate the collaboration between the DA's office and the Community College District, but I would second Nan's questions about why it wouldn't be prudent to encourage the sheriff's office to use this facility to the greatest extent possible. This is an example of where we should be having public discussion about the training in the sheriff's department and the DA's office and its total inadequacies in meeting the needs of our community. So that's the reason I think it didn't belong on the consent agenda, just like the other two items that I spoke to didn't belong on the consent agenda. I didn't have time to review over 1,500 pages on today's agenda, but I did have time to review these and say they should not be on the consent agenda.
Mr. Williams. Okay, sorry. You got to step up to the microphone if you want to speak.
I don't know which topic you're speaking of.
This is J1.
What's the wording?
A memo of understanding between Tarrant County DA's office and Tarrant County College District for use of the firing range.
Oh, I'm going to pass on that.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion before closing the vote? All right, passes unanimously. Brings us to K1, Elections Administration. This is consider authorizing the Elections Administrator to send written notifications of proposed voting precinct boundary changes, approve and implement voting precinct boundary changes, and publish notice of voting precinct boundary changes under Election Code Chapter 42 as necessary to comply with future court orders issued in LULAC versus Abbott.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve this item. Any discussion before speakers? All right, Mr. Burnham and Mr. Williams.
Once again, at the risk of sounding petulant, I can't help wonder why this is even necessary, much less on the consent agenda. We know that this item would not be necessary at all had it not been for the immoral and racist mid-decade redistricting that this commission court approved and the Texas legislature approved. So why is it even on the agenda today, much less on the consent agenda? Thank you for your time.
Mr. Williams. All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All right, passes unanimously. Brings us to M2, HIV Administration. Consideration to submit the Texas Department of State Health Services fiscal year 26-27 Ryan White Part B Services Grant Renewal Application.
Move for approval.
All right, I'll second it. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion here?
Yes. That's M3?
M2.
Oh, M2, I'm sorry.
No discussion on M2?
No.
Okay. All right, please cast your votes. Any discussion at all? Seeing none, passes 5-0. Next, we have item M3, which is consideration of amendment number 2 to the fiscal year 25-26 Health Resources and Services Administration Ryan White Treatment Extension Act, Part A, provider contract with Harvesting International Ministry Center, Inc. I will move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion.
Okay, so just who's gonna speak to this?
What are your questions?
I have about 8 of them. So is it HIM? Is that the acronym or is it HIM? Do you know how it's, does anybody know? Okay. Harvesting International Ministries. The ministry received partial funding on April 2nd, not to exceed $13,072, it sounds like. And then on August 5th, they received the balance of their full funding in the amount of $19,599 for total funding of $32,298 is what I figured. So now on December 9th, HIM is requesting a decrease in their contract of $19,599 for a total of $12,699, essentially giving back the $19,599. So has the organization specifically provided food bank services to people living with HIV and AIDS prior to receiving this contract?
Renee, you want to address this?
Good afternoon, I guess it is. Yes, I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
Yes, ma'am. So has HIM specifically provided food bank services to people with HIV and AIDS prior to receiving the contract?
Since receiving this contract, they have. I don't know about prior to that.
So are food bank services, this is what they do, correct? Okay.
Yes, and can I just say that they're a new vendor with us?
Okay.
And their location in Mansfield does make it geographically challenging for clients to access their services. However, we have surveyed all of the clients that have received services there. They're very happy with the services they're receiving. But they do explain that one of the barriers is the location.
Sure.
We are looking to do mobile delivery of their services in future.
About how many clients have received food bank services from them since the inception of this contract?
I don't have that number handy, but I'm happy to give it to you.
Okay. Do you know how many clients received food bank services in November, just the last month?
I'm not prepared to answer that question, but we
Okay.
will certainly get that information to you.
All right. Did you receive a list of eligible clients from Ryan White?
Well, I'm not sure what you mean by that.
So the contract states in part, under scope of services will include eligibility will be established through a referral process from Ryan White subrecipients, and clients or household members must be living with HIV.
Correct.
So that's why I asked, did you get your eligibility list from?
The clients who access services at other subrecipient agencies have been referred to the HIM food bank. Does that answer your question?
So, but they meet the Ryan
They meet
White
the
eligibility.
Yes, they make the eligibility for receiving the services funded under this contract.
But eligibility, it says eligibility will be established through a referral process from Ryan White subrecipients.
Correct.
So does it go through the Ryan White process?
It goes through our client-level data system from an existing subrecipient where that client receives services, then there is a referral made to the HIM food bank.
Okay. I think when you're saying it goes through you mean our Ryan White?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So you don't have it, there was no backup here. That's why I have the questions. Where's the service report for the awarded funds, including the number of clients served, number in the household, region, and what type of provision? Is it actual food, prepared meals, or food vouchers?
So that information is not generally provided with an amendment, but we're happy to provide additional to you. If you look on your amendment number 2, you can see the total number of clients that are the goal that,
Okay.
That will be served with the remaining funds.
All right. So if we are all aware that agencies need additional funding to support the number of Tarrant County residents experiencing food insecurity, why is it him?
Him.
Him, unable to expend the funds that were awarded? Have they explained that to you?
I think, again, the challenge is their geographic location. It's hard for clients to get to where they're located in Mansfield, and so there has been low utilization. So thus, in order to meet the obligation of this contract, which ends in February, we want to assure that HIM can be successful in expending the funds, and if they can't, then those monies will go elsewhere to another agency that has a need for delivering another service. So we want HIM to be successful. We're also working with them very diligently to ensure that we have increased utilization going forward.
Okay. What's the deadline for them to return the monies?
Now.
Okay.
With this amendment.
Now, have they been able to spend the $12,699?
Yes, ma'am.
So okay, good. And then what other subrecipient agencies are available to receive and spend these funds before the contract deadline on February?
And that is a process that's done through our reallocation and using data. So I don't know exactly where the dollars of the HIM contract went. I could point it to you, but I don't know right now, this moment, to say. Okay, outpatient ambulatory health services. So, and there are several agencies that do deliver the medical services.
Okay, so the funds, they're coming back to the county. I would like to see the funds go to like you just said?
They do.
another-
They come back and then they're reallocated
You've
to
got
another
somebody.
agency.
Okay.
And to the service category of outpatient ambulatory health services.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Okay.
That's all I have.
All right.
I just want to say that it's very common under the Ryan White grant, because it's kind of use it or lose it on the funds. When they have a slow spend down process, to have the, both the AA make a data-driven recommendation to reallocate those funds, and those on the planning council to make a recommendation on how to spend those funds. This is one of those unique county boards that, makes recommendations for where the allocations need to go based on a data-driven model for needs assessment from prior years and how the money was spent.
All right, thank you, thank you both.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion on this item? All right, seeing none, passes unanimously. Brings us to item N3. Consideration to authorize the reassignment of certain Chapter 54 magistrates to Chapter 54A criminal associate judges.
I'll move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve this item. Any discussion before speaker?
Yes, I would love for somebody to, I did some research, but I would love for somebody to get up and explain, tell us what is SB 9. Define that, not just for me, but for everybody.
Good afternoon, and may it please the court. I'm Steve Jumis, the judge of the 485th District Court. SB 9 was legislation that passed in this last legislative session that transferred a significant amount of bond responsibility away from what we would call 54 magistrates to either 54A associate judges or elected district judges. And so basically, for folks, there are two categories, I think, is the easiest way to put it. Either you have an offense that on its face is extremely serious, such as murder, aggravated sexual assault, aggravated robbery, weapons where people are, or cases where people are seriously injured. Those we would call the enumerated offenses that are to have more serious bond condition by a higher level magistrate. The other type would be lower level offenses where there may be a significant amount of criminal history, or they may be on a misdemeanor probation at the time. And so I don't want to go too far into it, but Tarrant County sets about 100,000 bonds a year. There are 20,000 felonies and 20,000 misdemeanors. But each of those misdemeanor cases can involve several bonds. And so this transfer of responsibility has fallen to both the elected district judges as well as a significant amount of administrative problems for the magistrates who have to identify the cases, which now have to be viewed by the elected judges. This proposal is simply to ask that some of our magistrate judges who no longer are assigned are setting lower level bonds to allow them to set lower level bonds on the non-enumerated cases so that the elected judges can do our day job, which is running dockets, which I came from today to do, which I'm happy to be here because my primary responsibility is to the public, but also to make sure that I can try my cases and so forth. And so we are asking for the permission to allow some of our magistrates to be designated associate magistrates so they can set bonds on low-level cases, but have some criminal history that the legislature doesn't allow 54 magistrates to accomplish. I hope that answers the question that you asked.
I think so. That was a lot.
Okay, sorry.
No, but yeah, that's what you do. Is, yeah.
Yes.
So, what session did this pass? SB 9.
I believe SB 9 did not pass in the special session. I think it passed in the regular session that just occurred.
Okay.
That's right.
So it went into effect.
That's right, 2025 regular session.
Okay.
And it was part of the bail reform package that the governor and others were pushing.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Judge.
So isn't it correct that SB 9 intended elected district judges to make these elevated bail decisions?
SB 9 allows for associate judges or elected judges to make the decisions on all of them. It is the judgment of the judiciary, because we've had a meeting on this recently, that the elected judges will retain the enumerated offenses, the serious offenses, but there is legitimate authority under SB 9 for associate judges to set. They could set the higher bonds. We're not comfortable with that. We hear the legislature loud and clear.
So does SB 9 prohibit Chapter 54 magistrates from handling these cases?
From handling both the enumerated offenses and the other felonies where they're lesser felonies, but significant criminal history. The 54 magistrates are prohibited from setting those bonds.
Have the elected judges implemented any duty schedule or on-call rotation to absorb these responsibilities?
We have, as a matter of fact, all of the elected felony judges have already had their duty week because it's been more than 10 weeks as it's gone on. We take a week at a time. And so to give you an example, during my duty week, I spent 3 to 4 hours a day working on bonds, and luckily I wasn't in trial that week. There have been other judges, like Judge Knight was in trial 1 week on a murder, and he was setting bonds 3-4 hours a day. We gave him some overflow help. And just for example, Judge Hill gave me information on my way over here. There are 16 bonds that are to be set right now. 13 of them are for low level. I say low level not to disparage anything, but for things that do not involve weapons. 13 of them would be lower level drug cases, and 3 of them are higher level cases. So if this were to be implemented, the associate judges would be able to handle the 13, and we would continue our duty weeks and our rotation schedule to handle the higher level bonds.
How does this impact the jail population, the daily jail population?
I would say that if we don't have more bodies looking at the lower level bonds, I cannot imagine there being faster magistration. And we want bonds set within 48 hours because SB 9 and the Texas Code of Criminal Procedure require it. And so this idea, we believe, would contribute to bonds being more quickly set and bonds being more quickly made.
So why are there no backup court document associated with this item? I didn't see.
I didn't prepare, and I'm happy to get you whatever you would request from us. I couldn't answer that accurately.
Okay. How are we going to ensure the timely release and magistration of those detained in jail? How are you ensuring that?
Okay, we have adjusted the TechShare system, which gives notification, and every morning and several times a day, each of the judges get a notification of which bonds they are to set. The problem for the magistrates that we have currently is that there's no existing infrastructure to identify those cases. So where they might have set under the old system a bond in 10 or 15 minutes, sometimes I've heard stories of taking an hour or 90 minutes to go through the NCIC, which is a national database of someone's criminal record. It takes a tremendous amount of data intensivity that we could eliminate on these lower level cases if the named associate judges were to be able to set the bonds directly.
Okay. So the legislature places duties on elected judges, correct?
And associate judges, but yes, the spirit of what you're asking is accurate.
Okay, but because they have not taken them on, we must reassign magistrates under Chapter 54A to maintain compliance. Is that correct?
Yes, but the system would be to ensure that there are most qualified magistrates and they would be appropriate for the transfer.
Yeah, I think I would push back on they haven't taken them on. I think they're willing to do that, but they're trying to figure out the most efficient and effective administration of justice. And if the law allows the associate justice or judges to do that, why not have them do that so the judges' dockets don't get so backed up, backlogged, and all that? Is that correct, Judge?
Yes, the design of this is to make sure that I'm trying cases and that I'm running my dockets. And so it can start to interfere. I was lucky in my duty week, it did not. I'm not going to say something that's inaccurate, but there have been judges that it has interfered with them doing the job I think the voters expect us to be doing day to day. And I do believe the voters expect us to be setting the bonds on these higher cases. A lot of us were doing that already. This has just formalized that process. And so I am happy to set as many bonds as the voters demand that I set, but I want to make sure it's not at the cost of trying cases or running my docket.
Okay.
And Judge, I'll say, I appreciate the work that y'all have done. I know legislature, every time they act, there's moving parts with that. I think y'all have done a really good job here in Tarrant County to make sure you're handling everything the legislature's asked you to do while continuing to do everything, as you said, the voters have elected you to do. So thank you. I know there's going to be some hiccups. I know there's going to be some fits and starts, but I think for the most part, y'all have done a really good job. So
I appreciate that, Commissioner.
So, in my mind, SB 9 is going to incarcerate people without due process. I have a problem with it. I think it's unconstitutional. But I want the record to show that I support law enforcement, safe communities. I don't have to say that over and over again. However, I balance that support with the constitutional rights of people. So I just wanted to say that, and that the people detained behind bars deserve due process, and their rights shouldn't be infringed upon. Okay, so when do you expect this all will level out?
When you say level out, I mean, we're going to
implement it.
Okay, if we were to receive permission, we expect in January to get an idea as to how many associate judges we would actually name and what would be necessary to cover the nonviolent bonds. But we would expect within 30 to 60 days to be able to make that designation.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Judge.
All right, any other questions for Judge Dumas or any other discussion on this issue before a speaker? All right, Ms. Terry.
I want to thank the judge for those comments. Thank you. I included in my guidance, when I signed up to speak, a citation of the frequently asked questions about SB 9 put out by OCA. I don't know if that, this is a new system. I don't know if by submitting that gets to you, but there is those frequently asked questions. Note the frequently asked questions doesn't mention converting magistrates to judges. However, it's a good idea and it seems efficient. There's one clarification. I think the judge misspoke when he said we was going to do associate magistrates. It's associate judges, magistrates to associate judges, and I do believe he corrected that later, but early on he said that. This document, the frequently asked questions, does mention visiting judges, and last month we had what I thought was peculiar change in funds from the budget office to add more visiting judges to various courts. And I didn't speak on it, but I wonder, were those visiting judges also a part of this attempt to comply with SB 9? And if that's so, then we do have a cost to compliance with SB 9, and that's what I'm really trying to figure out. What are the costs? Visiting costs have a fee we paid last, or a cost. Will the 54 magistrates need to be replaced? Or can they do double duty as associate judges and the magistrate duties they're currently doing? And I believe staff has, Tarrant County has great staff that estimates the impacts of different bills that go through the legislative system. And I believe staff probably has an estimate of the increase to the jail population due to SB 9, because it's those people who won't be granted bail. It's those people who will be delayed getting bail. And my last question is, do we need more elected judges? And it may be too early to know, but is that something you should be looking at to then tell the legislature that what we should do? But what is the full cost of SB 9? Thank you.
Thank you.
Judge, I have a last question. How does SB 9 impact, I'll wait till you get up here. How does SB 9 impact the undocumented community?
Some folks that are undocumented have been identified by the jail. We're going to set the bond the same. When I say the The Texas Code of Criminal Procedure does allow an immigration status to be a bond consideration, but I am not going to not set a bond for someone simply because they're undocumented. Whether they're able to get out of the jail if they make that bond is a jail question, and that's up to the sheriff. My gut is telling me they couldn't bond out anyway because there would be a separate ICE detainer or hold. Okay, that's my gut. I'm not in charge of the jail, but I'm almost positive that's the answer.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any other discussion from the court? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, it passes 3-2. Next, we go to item Q3. Q3 is an RFP for the annual contract for inmate commissary, banking, and deposit release services in the sheriff's office.
Move for approval. Second.
We have a motion and a second on this item. Any discussion before speaker?
Yes, I do. Let me pull up my notes. All right, so I pulled this item from consent because I want to watchdog this Keefe vendor, Keefe commissary contract. My first couple of months, I think it was February of 2023, there was an internal audit report that showed controls were not in place that oversaw and required this vendor to live up to his contractual obligations, that is, to remit payments to the county on time or be assessed late fees. I've addressed this issue since February 2023. I continue to be told that improvements are being made. I've approved subsequent contracts, but when this showed up today, on the draft agenda on consent, I realized that this court has not been provided proof of such improvements. Staff will go to the mic and say, yes, things have gotten better. And so I went back this morning about 4 o'clock and watched about 4 previous meetings in which we discussed the Keefe contract. And so I just really want to say, when you present this contract for renewal, please show us, please ensure that we know that everything from that I think it was 2023 or 2021, Kim, audit report, I think it was Ms. Tidwell's audit report.
Yes, ma'am,
Yeah.
and all those control issues had been addressed, and they were system-related controls, and we're currently we have to audit the commissary every year, and so it'll probably be February-ish when that report comes to court.
Okay, make sure it is a comprehensive report, that where it shows that, we're 50% cured in this area, or 90% cured, and,
Yes, ma'am.
let us know.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
All right, any other discussion? I believe we have Mr. Burnham to speak to this item.
OMG. If ever there was an agenda item that should not have been on the consent agenda, it's this one. I'm just kind of appalled at the lack of creativity, the interest in solving the problem. In the first place, What do people not understand about defendant-paid substance abuse? Most of these defendants don't have the funds to pay it. Why is the staff not being more creative about finding another source for funding this? I mean, there are lots of 501c3s out there that would be willing to help if they weren't precluded from helping. There's lots of other ways to attempt this. In the staff report, the awards were based upon evaluation criteria set forth in the RFP speculation and continued options to renew for 2 additional 12-month periods.
I think you're talking about Q4.
I'm sorry, which one are you talking about?
We were talking about Q3.
Did I start off on the wrong one?
Well, this counts against his time for Q4 too, right?
Yeah.
Say what?
Nothing.
It's a joke.
Well, okay. I guess I'm a little out of turn here. I'll be right back. Thank you.
Okay. So.
I'm sorry?
All right, so.
Well, no, that's what I'm talking about. Oh, no, I brought the wrong thing up because I don't have the commissary thing. Listen, this is the only one that I just think is outrageous. Just outrageous because there have been so many problems with the commissary, not just while this court has been meeting, but over the decades, the abuses here trickle down to the families. This should not be on the consent agenda. There should be a thorough discussion of what is going on, and there should be more public understanding of what can be done to address this problem. And I apologize for getting mixed up on my notes, but I'll be back, obviously.
Well,
Okay.
I
Any
wanna-
other discussion from the court members?
Yes, so, Mr. Burnham, I 100% agree that a lot of stuff can go on consent, but contracts like these that have been problematic since I've been here, and I'm hearing decades before, I don't think these should be on consent, especially if we're not 100% clear as a court on that the issues with this vendor have been 100% cured. And just as a reminder, some of the issues were procedures related to the oversight of system roles and permissions did not exist. The commissary vendor did not remit payments to the county in accordance with the contract. There were multiple recommendations from the previous auditor from all the way back from 2014 that the sheriff's office had not adhered to. And so I appreciate the new auditor and her staff working to cure this. We just need to be updated to make sure we're not just approving this because we like this vendor. Are they doing what this contract says they should do per the audit? So, all right, thanks.
Isn't this for an RFP?
I believe this is a contract renewal.
Yeah, it's a contract renewal. But my issue is with the issues we've had with this vendor.
Got it.
I would like to see, I'd like to recommend that we do a special work session for year-end reporting from the different departments so we can get updates like Commissioner Simmons is referencing, so we can make sure that everybody's doing what they're supposed to be doing and those vendors that we're using are actually performing the duties that they were contracted to perform.
All right, any other discussion on this item? All right, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. Now we go to Q4, annual contract for defendant pays substance abuse outpatient treatment services, Community Supervision and Corrections Department.
Move for approval. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any discussion here before speaker? All right, Mr. Burnham.
I had intended to say a thank you to the administrator's office because they were very, very helpful yesterday, but I misplaced the previous item. What I do want to talk to about this today is, once again, should not have been on the consent agenda in the first place. Once again, it's like a reality disconnect. These defendants, by and large, don't have the capability to pay for these programs. The money should be come up with someplace else, including the possibility of a 501c3. And I do want to just suggest that these contracts are too long, given the problems that they've had. They should be coming under greater scrutiny. I may be wasting my breath. I may just sound petulant, but you guys are not doing a good enough job at monitoring what's going on with county government, which means the services that are being paid for are not being adequately provided. And obviously, we're not going to have an opportunity to visit in person again this year, but I'll be calling all of you next year to talk about how the court can do a better job in making these services better provided.
All right, we have a motion and a second on this item. Any further discussion? Okay, no further discussion, passes unanimously. Now we come to the non-consent portion. The first item is a public hearing, item 8.1, to consider authorizing a stop sign on Mustang Wells Drive at the intersection with Ben Day Mirren Road, Precinct 2. So this is a public hearing. I don't have anyone signed up to speak to this item. Is there anyone who would like to speak to this item? All right, seeing none, we're gonna move, we can move to close the public hearing and move to put the stop sign in, right?
Correct, two
Okay.
actions.
All right, so I'll move to close the public hearing and put the stop sign in as requested.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on that item. Any discussion? Okay, please cast your votes. All right, passes unanimously. Next item is a public hearing to consider establishing a speed limit of 35 miles per hour on Eagle Mountain Circle in Precinct 4. All right, I don't have anyone signed up to speak to this item. Is there anyone who would like to speak to this item? All right, seeing none, I'll move to close the public hearing and establish the requested speed limit on Eagle Mountain Circle.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion or discussion of any kind? All right, seeing none, passes unanimously. Next up, we come to 9, reports and business. A1 under the administrator section, consideration of a resolution to nominate an individual to the Tarrant Appraisal District Board of Advisors. Anybody want to take any action on this? I think there's a bunch of them already been nominated. If nobody's going to make a motion, we will move to item 2. Consideration of out-of-state travel requests. Do we have any discussion or motion on this item?
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the out-of-state travel budget, which is item A2. All right, any discussion? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, next up, we have item 3, consideration of an exception to the travel policy. I will move to approve this exception.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve the exception of the travel policy. Any discussion?
What's the exception? What's the exception?
I believe there was a memo attached. Basically, Greenville is where this officer is going for training. It's
Yeah.
a 2-hour drive, one way. And with the agenda that they have, basically they would be leaving at, 5, 6 in the morning every morning, driving all the way home and then going back.
Yeah.
Because technically Greenville is within our Council of Governments region.
Oh, that explains it.
Yes, ma'am.
Because I saw that and I was like, well, it's in-state travel.
Technically in
what's
our
the-
region.
But it's in our,
It's in our region, so the
COG
policy
region.
defers that we have to ask the court for an exception if we're
Yeah.
doing it.
yeah, I was like, he's going 2 hours. Why are we doing this? He's
Because we need the court to approve
got
it,
it.
ma'am. Thank
got
you.
it. Just let him go. Yeah.
All right, any other discussion? Okay, passes unanimously. Next up, item 4, consideration of initial guaranteed maximum price amendment, number 2, between the hospital district and J.E. Dunn Construction for services related to the central utility plant project.
So Judge, if I may on this, just really quick. On items 4 and 5, we had a clerical error with regards to the contractors. The central utility plant is actually the J.E. Dunn source contractor, and the J.E. Dunn Construction is for the medical outpatient building. We have checked with legal. Legal is fine with allowing the court to proceed on this with the intent and exempting the clerical error.
Move for approval with Chandler's exception for the clerical error.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on item 4.
I'm voting no on the clerical errors.
Any discussion on this? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote. All right, it passes unanimously. Next up is item 5, consideration of the initial guaranteed maximum price amendment number 2 between the hospital district and listed as J.E. Dunn Source, but should be J.E. Dunn Construction.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve this. Any discussion there? All right, please cast your vote. You're out.
I hear
All right, passes unanimously. Next up, consideration of the third amendment to a lease agreement between Tarrant County Hospital District and Oral and Maxillofacial Network PLLC for clinic space located at 1625 St. Louis Street. I'll move to approve this.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion on this one? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote.
Oh.
All right, passes unanimously. Next up is Elections Administration. Consideration to approve an order calling a special runoff election on January 31st, 2026.
Move for approval.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve this item. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously. And next item is consideration to approve proposed Election Day polling locations for the January 31st, 2026 special runoff election for Senate District 9.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve this item. Any discussion before speakers?
Yes, if I would have been quick enough, I would have made a motion to restore all Election Day voting locations that were used during the previous SD9 special election. Is that an option?
Well, making a motion to do that is a legal option you can make, but there's a motion on the floor.
I understand, I'm asking him if how many polling places were there in the previous election?
Are you talking about the November 25
SD.
countywide?
Yes,
The countywide election, I think, was 142 off the top of my head,
in the general.
in the general. But
Or
the list
election.
that you have does include every location that was in that election that was within the district of SD9.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, any other questions for him? All right, we have a motion and a second and 2 speakers, Michael Bell and Lon Burnham. All right, Mr. Bell not present, come forward.
Well, with a 1,500-page agenda, it's easy to understand how some mistakes can be made. I signed up for B2 as well as B3, and I thought I had successfully done so. The young woman that I worked with yesterday assured me I was.
This is B2.
I'm not signed up for B2?
Yeah, you are.
Okay, did you already vote on it?
No.
No.
Is that what we're on?
Yes.
It must be my confusion. Okay, so here's the deal.
I've been there with you this morning, so.
Pardon?
So I've been in the same spot this morning multiple times already.
Okay, so here we go. I think I signed up in opposition to this one mainly because of previous actions of this court. Cutting the number of polling places seemed to have a disproportionate impact on people like me who live in Central City, Fort Worth, and I don't know what the polling places are. So not knowing what they are and being very suspicious of how things were done last time, I just want to call to people's attention that I think they were done inappropriately this last time, and they're probably done inappropriately this time. However, I encourage everybody to vote before January 31st because it will be the worst winter storm of the year if you don't. So go vote starting January 21st. And don't wait till the last day to vote. So, thank you for your time, commissioners, and I really wish I had been able to get access to the listing before the fact, and for some reason or another, that didn't get printed out. I'm not complaining about that staffer. She was real patient with me for about an hour yesterday.
All right, thanks, sir. Mr. Bell is not present. All right, so we're about to vote on this, but I had some questions that I wanted to know the answer to. And so I got the answer. I'll share them here. I can either tell you the answers or I'll ask you the answers, whichever. What was the average distance between the early voting locations during the November constitutional amendment and special election?
4.4 miles.
Okay. What was the average wait time during the 12 days of early voting?
1 minute and 24 seconds.
And how did you come up with that info?
We had almost 18,000 data points that we'd collected during early voting about the wait times at all the different locations, and then used IT. They were a tremendous help in doing all this. They compiled everything, and we were able to determine the average wait times for the days and the locations.
Okay. What was the average wait time on election day in November?
7 minutes and 52 seconds.
Countywide November election day turnout, what was that?
Election day, 108,901.
What was early voting?
111,291.
What was 2024 presidential election day turnout?
That one I don't have off the top of my head, presidential, I don't. I've got
What
November of 23.
I showed we got from your office was about 163,000. So that one, if I did my math right, 80% of the presidential election vote came in early, 20% was on election day, and it was a drop of about a third, which is, actually was a much smaller drop than what would normally be. Early voting turnout for the 24 presidential was 635,000. So the locations you have on here, Tarrant County has 2.2 million residents. There's only 1 million residents inside SD9, and there's a law that requires there to be at least half the number of polling locations in a commissioner's court precinct as in another commissioner's court precinct, even if that Senate district doesn't have spots there.
Correct. That's why we ended up with 25 in precincts 1 and 2, was precinct 3, I believe, had 49, 49, so half would have been 50. So we got to the 25 for precincts 1 and 2 was the minimum that we could do, even though SD9, there's only a few precincts that actually reside within precincts 1 and 2.
So I don't know the answer to this, Bob. I'm curious. SD9, I know there are parts of precinct 3 that are not SD9.
That's right.
Are there multiple SDs in precinct 4?
No, there's a little sliver on the southern end, but we're probably 90% SD9.
All right, and what about precinct 2? Is there part of
There's a
SD9
little
in
part
there?
up in the north, I think I'm trying to remember this, northeast-ish portion of precinct 2.
All right, what about precinct 1?
That would be the west, I believe it's the west side of precinct 1.
Gotcha.
There's some that falls in there.
Okay, all right. All right, I think we've gone through the speakers. We've got a motion, a second, further discussion.
Yeah, just saying, it sounded like you were in the lightning round of a game show. So I'm gonna see if you can answer a couple questions for me. What was the average wait time at the Mansfield Sub-Courthouse on Election Day?
I don't have the data for all the locations on me, but I do have it.
Okay.
I just don't have it with me.
So, did you all, next question, did you all figure out I can't even call it a snafu, but the issue at Atherton Elementary on the Secretary of State site? If people went to the Secretary of State site to find their polling location in Arlington, one site appeared, and it was Atherton Elementary. Well, wait a minute, it wasn't even Arlington, it was the
It was the whole county.
The
It was
county.
one site showed for the whole
If you
county.
went to Tarrant County, to a Secretary of State site to find your Tarrant County polling location, only one site came up.
Correct.
You can talk to them about the complaints you got, and I can talk about complaints I got.
So the Secretary of State, they implemented a new software this year. Part of that, turns out, was this. So we upload our list to the Secretary of State's office, but we don't control what they post, how they post, or their IT. So when we were made aware of this issue, we contacted their office. They had us attempt to upload them again. It did not work again. So we finally, after it was probably an hour or so back and forth, we were able to get the list directly to their IT folks, and they went in through the back end and were able to upload the locations. But they didn't get that fixed until I think it was close to noon, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, before they fixed it on their side.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. And I find myself sitting up here a lot asking, has that been fixed? Has that been corrected? Has that been cured? Has that been, and then we never get proof of that. Y'all say yes from the mic. But, you know, we need a report, we need after action, we need something. Because
It's working for the election that we're in right now.
Okay.
Early voting closes today. But again, that was only 3 early voting sites. So it's a small one. What we are yet to test against a big one, and we won't see that test again until SD9 when we upload the full list. But from what we have and what we've entered, it is functioning now.
okay. If you say so, thank you.
All right, any other questions or comments on B2?
I can, ma'am, for you, for reference, the Mansfield Sub-Courthouse, I did bring with me the top 10 locations that had the highest wait, and Mansfield didn't even make the top 10 as far as the average wait time. So it wasn't as bad as we had a few that had an average wait time.
Was that early or election day?
Election day.
Huh. I left and went somewhere else to vote because I refused to stand in that line that was wrapped around the building. You can't tell me that wait time was 7 minutes, 15 minutes, or anything.
No, there were a few locations, our bigger locations, we saw that issue.
I saw it with my own eyes. I refused to vote there.
And it came across one, Como Community Center, on Election Day, average wait time was 25.26 minutes, but within 1.7 miles was a Baptist church that had an average wait time of 1.15 miles all day long. It's people did not choose to use the app and the features that we have available to find locations. They just went to the main ones that they know. And so I would encourage everybody to use the tools that we have, because there was no need to wait in line. We had 35 locations across the county that had 0 wait time all day. no wait time at all on election day. And it's because people weren't showing up to them. They're on the map, the locations are there, they're easy to find, people just need to use the tools that we have for them. We're working on some solutions to try to make that more accessible to polling locations, but I'm awaiting Secretary of State approval before we can roll that out. But it's there for the voters, and there is no need to wait in that line. Like you said, you could go somewhere else.
Yeah, that's easy to say for, if you live in Mansfield that doesn't have, public transportation or whatever, that's real easy to say. Yes, I could hop in my car, and I went to 3 sites before I said, okay, this is the one. But I worked in the Mansfield sub courthouse that day from 8 to 7, and that line was wrapped. It's always going to be my belief that we need to be providing as many polling locations as possible so people can have their constitutional right, they pay their taxes, they should be able to have polling places like they have been able to have in Tarrant County until a few votes ago, have the polling places that they are accustomed to. The polling places that you, sir, you've since I've been here, you said you could always use more, not less. So that has changed in recent months from you. But I have no idea why it is our aim, seemingly our aim, to make it more difficult for people to vote, especially in communities of color. So,
Well, I mean, I've been a part of a lot of election cycles and election days, and there's always a huge rush on election days. Is that right, Clint? There's always lines. I know up in the northeast part of Tarrant County, there's always lines where you have to wait longer. And so I don't think that's an anomaly, or that means we didn't have enough polling places or not. I think you look at the average, and if it's 7.52 minutes on election day, that's a pretty good, efficient process.
We're looking at the data, basically from opening of polls till 4 o'clock, there was really any wait anywhere in the county. At 4 o'clock is when the wait times jumped, and then it went up again another 50% at 5, and now up again almost another 50% at 6. And so by waiting to the last few hours of election day, and then only going to the large location that you're going to run into a line. There is a line at Mansfield Subcourthouse when we had 340 polling locations.
That's right.
That's just what happens.
So what happens at Keller Town Hall, there's a church almost across the street, almost vacant. Everybody wants to go to Keller Town Hall. Every election I've ever been to, which has probably been 10 of them, at Keller Town Hall, the last hour, election day, it's always a line wrapped around the building. Right?
and I can't explain the psychology behind it either. I don't get it. Because I went to vote, I came back, went outside to the line, just picked a spot toward the back and said, "Hi, my name is Elisa Simmons. I'm the county commissioner here. There is a polling location right there that you can go to." And
They still won't get out of line,
they
will
won't. They won't do it. I can't explain the psychology, but they should have. They should have options.
And we should listen to my former colleague, Lon Burnham, and vote early. And then you don't have to do that.
And I'm problematic. I'm an election day voter. Don't even ask me why.
Yeah.
It just doesn't make sense. But
Traditional.
I do it. So I have an amendment to the motion. I'd like to move to amend the motion to restore all election day polling locations, including the 72, is it 72 that have been removed?
I don't have the number in front of me. I have to
Okay,
pull it up.
well, all that have been removed.
Is that we have a motion on an amending motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. Is that a motion germane to, remember the motion of, I think we did this last time where it was a motion to just totally change the motion. Does that qualify here, or is this a valid motion?
Judge, in this instance, that would be a valid amendment
Okay.
because it doesn't totally nullify the
Okay, got
underlying
it.
motion that was made.
So we have a motion to amend the original motion to restore all voting locations from the last election, which you mean is the November of 26? 25. Okay. So
Election day.
we need to repopulate the screen. Or do I have to, is this one where I have to do it by hand because of the system? I need to do it by hand? Okay. We have a motion and a second to amend the list submitted by elections to put all the ones that were in November of 25. If you are for that motion, raise your hand. If you are against that motion, raise your hand. Okay, so that motion fails 2-3, which returns us to the original motion to approve the proposed Election Day polling locations. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion before casting your vote? All right, please cast your vote. All right, that passes unanimously. Next, we have item another 3, B3, consideration to approve proposed early voting dates, times, and polling locations for the January 31st, 2026 Congressional District 9 runoff election.
Move for
And
approval.
Judge, on this one, that was a clerical error.
Yeah,
I
I'm-
clearly
I'm
had the
sh-
congressional districts on my mind
Yeah,
at the time when
so
I was typing.
we know it's
and
Senate district, but I'm reading how it was read. So we have a motion to approve the proposed early voting dates. Did I hear a second?
Second.
We have a second. Any discussion on this before speakers?
One thing I'd like to add, Judge, after we submitted the materials, Grapevine Public Library, we had reached out to them, but we hadn't heard from them. They now have agreed to also be an election day, or a early voting location, not just an election day. And that was a site that we were looking to achieve up there in that northeast corner because of where SD9 is located. It was not on the list of 21 submitted, but it is one that has agreed. And if you'd like to add, would recommend that we add that location to the list of 21.
Okay, so I guess I will move to amend the motion to add the Grapevine Rec Center?
Public Library.
Grapevine Public Library.
Second.
We have a motion and a second on that. Any discussion before I bring up speakers?
Mr. Cradaville and Chair, I too would like to amend the motion to add a couple, so.
You can make an amendment to amendment.
Okay. So I move to amend the motion to add Northside Community Center in Precinct 4, Diamond Hill Jarvis Center in Precinct 4, Brookside Center in Precinct 3, the Euless Family Life Senior Center in Precinct 3, the Dion Baxby Southwest Courthouse Precinct 1, and the Mansfield Subcourthouse Precinct 2.
All right, we have a motion
Second.
to amend the amendment, and we have a second on that. Any discussion before bringing up speakers? Okay, Bob Harper, Lon Burnham, Carla Palomares, and Paul David Williams.
Thank you, Judge and Commissioners. First of all, I want to thank you for your service, and you do a great job for our county. I live in Hurst, and I am the election judge at Brookside Center, and I was glad to see the amendment to add it to the list, and that's mainly what I wanted to talk about and tell you my experience on November 4th. On that day, we had 997 people vote at that day with 11 voting machines. Needless to say, my 6 workers were overwhelmed by this turnout. And as the day progressed, I began to consider the possible reasons for the heavy volume that we had. And I came up with the following. Number one, the odd year constitutional amendment election was definitely enhanced by the fact that we had the special election for Senate District 9. We had a tax increase proposal by the HEB ISD. We had a City of Hearst proposal regarding collective bargaining for the firemen. And back to the amendments, we had several that were critical to property taxes that had been worked on in the legislature. Secondly, and I come to my main point, early voting was not conducted at the Brookside Center prior to the November 4th election. In fact, the only voting location in Hearst for that election was the courthouse on Grapevine Highway. And I concluded that many voters who are accustomed to voting at Brookside waited until Election Day rather than try to find an alternate early voting location, as you've been discussing. Third, the 17 constitutional amendments on the ballot, that created a perfect storm at the end of the day as the voters snowballed. Many of those who were reading the proposals for the first time, a lot of extra time was required. We even had people that we had assigned the voter codes, had them time out before they could get to a voting machine. We had to reissue voter codes because they had timed out. So what I think would have mitigated many of our issues is if a Brookside Center had been on the early voting list. And I commend you for considering that. And I would just say that I would propose that Brookside Center be on the early voting list for any election that affects Hearst. And I thank you for your time.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. Mr. Burnham?
Given my mistakes today, I was going to point out the Congressional District 9 runoff mistake, but maybe I would be totally inappropriate, and it's already been corrected. But I do want to express my gratitude and thanks to Commissioner Simmons for suggesting that we have more polling places. I'm not speaking on behalf of any organization, but I'm probably a member of a half dozen different organizations that actively advocate easier access to polling and elections in general. Some of these organizations are involved with the baseline teaching. Some of them focus on high school groups because they've never voted before. But anytime a public body vote to undermine easy access to voting, I am particularly disappointed in that decision. So I would encourage all of you to vote for Commissioner Simmons' recommended amendments and ask you to be more proactive on behalf of a functioning republic and a well-run democracy.
All right, so Ms. Palomares present. All right, Mr. Williams.
We need you to not close the River Oaks polling place. It's the leading majority of Democratic voting polls. The Republican court system has approved the redistricting change that is the closest thing to jury rigging that I have been able to think of. I believe it is un-American. Some Republicans are being led by a long-term criminal. He has been convicted of multiple felonies, rape, and has withheld payments for many services of many of his workers. Some Republicans are following him, knowing all of these facts. Our Republican leaders are leading our country down a road that Adolf Hitler led the Germans down at the beginning of his rule in his country, reducing people's opportunities to vote.
All right, we have, those are all of our speakers. We have an amendment to the amendment. Does anyone need me to restate the amendment to the amendment? Or her to restate it? All right, seeing none, raise your hand if you are in favor of the amendment to the amendment. Okay, that's 2. Raise your hand if you're against the amendment to the amendment. All right, that's 3. The amendment to the amendment fails. The next vote is the amendment to the original motion, which is to add the Grapevine Public Library. Raise your hand if you're in favor of that motion. Okay, raise your hand if you're against that motion, that amendment. Are you two abstaining? Is that how we're doing that?
I'm
Okay.
abstaining.
All right, so it passes 3-0 with 2 abstentions. Now we go to the original motion, which is now amended. So the original motion is to approve the locations, dates, times for the early voting on this runoff election, adding Grapevine Public Library. So with that, you can now cast your vote over here. Okay, so that passes 3-0 with 2 abstentions. All right, next.
Can I just say real quick, Clint, thank you for all the work y'all are doing. As you just said, I don't think a lot of people know you're in an election cycle right now. You're gonna have runoffs coming up. You could have a runoff from the special election that's today, that's all coming up. So you guys do so much behind the scenes that we don't even know or fully appreciate or understand. So I know it's a lot of work. I know your staff does a lot of work. You're probably burnt out and you still got the biggest part of the election cycle coming up. So thank you for what y'all do. I really do appreciate it.
Appreciate that, Commissioner, and we do have a great team.
Yeah.
And let me add, for our constituents who are here and who are watching this, this is classic voter suppression. These 3 gentlemen just made the decision for an entire county voting population on which vote centers to add, where to add it, and which ones not to add. And so you really have got to pay attention to the people you put in these offices. 3 people just said the north side could not have polling locations. They've got 1 over there for early voting. Could use 2 others, Northside Community Center, Diamond Hill Jarvis. 3 people. And don't know what the opposition is, but it's unfortunate.
Well, I'm just curious because I know the elections administrator sent us a list of sites beforehand and said, do you want to add any? Do you think we got to make any changes? Were all those sites that you tried to amend today, did you give those to Mr. Ludwig
I went
beforehand?
by his office Friday. He was not there, and his assistant didn't know what to do. So I just said I'd do it from the dais. But you know, when you look at the early,
Because we got that list way before Friday, so maybe a little earlier, we could have incorporated some of those. So there was an opportunity. I know it was one of our feedback and critiques from the last time. Could you give us the list beforehand so we can have some feedback and interaction? He did that. I don't feel like anybody took advantage of it. And when we're trying to amend it today and making him look like he didn't take any of that into account, I think we ought to at least let the people know
didn't say
he
that
gave
to
us an
him.
opportunity to do that.
I was
So-
addressing the
All right,
court.
guys, we've voted on this, so there's Commissioners Court comments we can all make at the end if we want. Let's move on to the next item, C1, Facilities Management. Consideration of a building renovation of the records room of 350 West Belknap Building for the City of Fort Worth Video Magistrate Court.
Move approval. Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to approve this item. Any discussion before speaker? All right, Ms. Terry.
Thank you. In years past, we've had numerous discussions on the agenda about video magistration, And I am pleased to see that we're adding video registration for the city of Fort Worth. But what I question is, will this help the backlog with some of the issues with video magistration? Will more detainees have that ability to have video magistration, which will then decrease the population of the jail? And I wish that we had more discussions on the video magistration to see if it's actually working the way we hoped it would work when we implemented it a few years ago. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. All right, we have a motion and a second. Looks like there's no further discussion. Votes are in. All right, passes unanimously. All right, next up is item D1, consideration of options regarding the Tarrant County 457B Deferred Compensation Plan Agreement with Lincoln Financial Group. I have one question over this. Who is going to address this? Okay. So the potential surrender charges, when I hear surrender charges, that doesn't sound like liquidating mutual funds. There's fees or taxes. I believe all of the mutual funds that are held, or all investment vehicles held, can be transferred over from this without people having to incur taxation or fees. If I'm not mistaken, that's correct, isn't it?
That is correct.
So what are the surrender charges?
It's an administrative fee that they would be charging us to move all of the funds in a lump sum to a new deferred comp plan. And that,
it's a different company that would be handling it.
right, we would basically be transitioning from Lincoln to one of the other
Right.
457 plans.
So what contractually allows them the ability to charge us that?
Well, this is, yeah, I was gonna say, this would be a good question for James.
So the issue actually with that is Lincoln, we don't actually have a contract with them to offer the 457B plans. This predates me or Roxy. I don't know how that actually occurred. So unfortunately, without that contract, I don't know how this could happen.
And they don't have a copy of the contract. This is one of our big issues that we have legally and why we are in front of the court.
You're
Okay.
making that up, right?
So here's the question. If there isn't a contract that anyone can find, is it their position that if we say we're not paying the transfer fees or whatever these surrender charges, that they're going to hold other people's money hostage?
No, and this goes back to option number 2, which would really be my recommendation is that we would just essentially end our service agreement with them. We would no longer be doing a payroll deduction into those accounts, but every employee who has an account with Lincoln would still have their money in that account, and they're free to move that money wherever and however they like. And that really would be our recommendation.
Right, so going with option 2, you're saying would not incur these charges.
That's correct.
So how does how many employees are we talking? Is it like 30?
It's actually,
Is it 80?
sorry, we have a little 80 that are active employees, and then I just don't have the total right in
Okay,
front
so
of me.
let's just say it's 80 to 100. If they don't have money deducted
Uh-huh.
and they keep the accounts that they have and they choose to move it somewhere else, how does that affect them? I understand that if Tarrant County says cutting the whole thing out so long, they want to try to charge us something that's not contractual, but this is just what they're coming up with. What happens to Commissioner Miles who says, I'm moving mine over to here? What
Correct.
happens?
It depends on the amount of money that he has in his account, and there would be an administrative fee for him to move from that account into an individual account, but the dollar amounts would be unique dependent on each person.
Roxy, quick question. So we dealt with the exact same thing in the city of Fort Worth a dozen years ago. And I don't think there was any fee associated so long as you went from 457B to 457B. That was sponsored by, so whatever the county sponsors, let's use Commissioner Miles, if he wanted to not incur any fees, he could just transfer that into the county-sponsored plan and should not have any.
That is correct, but there is also another option where people
Yes.
can move those funds into other types of accounts, and that's where that fee would occur.
But you would have that exact same fee if you chose to do that on your own today anyways, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Okay.
So you can move it into the county, the new one, or any participant can move it into the county-sponsored plan, which is nationwide?
Nationwide and Corbridge are 2 other vendors.
So you can move it into nationwide or Corbridge and not have any fees associated, because it's 457 to 457.
And we would assist with that. I don't want any employee who may be impacted by this to think that they're on their own. We do have a very specific process for doing that, and we would definitely facilitate that with you.
So if he left it there, he couldn't continue to contribute to it, right?
Not a payroll deduction, that is true, but those funds would live there, and he would be able to use them at a future retirement date.
That's how it worked, is we let it essentially, you know, it went out through attrition, the plans did, but folks, some of them didn't want to move it. They just had that set amount in there, and they said, I'm gonna keep it there, I like how it's managed with this group, and I'm gonna keep it there, but they incurred no fees, and I think the same rules apply when they leave employment from their government employer. They can take, the same exact rules apply for that fund.
That is true.
Yeah.
So I understand having it deducted is easier. An HSA account does not require a deduction. It can be deducted currently under our system, but you can also cut a check to an HSA and get the same exact tax benefits. Do we know in this scenario, if they keep these accounts and they just cut a check directly there, do they still get the same benefit, or does it have to be deducted?
They cannot, because it's a 457 employer plan. If you moved your funds into a different type of an IRA account, you would be able to do that, but these are very specific to the employer accounts.
Okay, once we take action 2, if that's what the court chooses to do, Lincoln is cut off for any future additions for
At the end of the year,
these
yes,
80
sir.
plus and the retirees. Okay.
Yes, sir.
So I am completely puzzled as to how you cannot have a contract with a vendor and you're doing business with this vendor. There's no contract. You said that you can't find it. So how are we even offering their services if there is no contract? That completely baffles me. I don't get that at all. If I would have known that there wasn't a contract, I wouldn't have put my money with them.
Yeah.
So,
Help me understand that.
so
I'm confused.
shock for me as well. My understanding is that we entered into the relationship with Lincoln in 1973, approximately. We have been diligent about requesting
with a handshake.
for the guiding document. The plan document is the rules that we should be operating by. When I came into this role, I requested that information, and we did not receive that. That is when I asked James and the DA's office to get involved, because this is obviously, I was 1 when we entered into that contract. I don't have those answers, but what is really important to me is that I'm doing my due diligence and ensuring that when we are in a relationship with a vendor, that we are doing everything to keep us compliant. Not only do we not have a contract, but also Lincoln is unable to meet the requirements of the Secure 2.0, which is what has caused me to bring this issue now in December, because this will be another compliance.
That was gonna be my one
I have a
question.
question.
You'd already answered it, but that was the question was, had we made an attempt to get Lincoln into compliance, and could
Yes.
they have rolled this plan into compliance? Your answer was no, they can't.
That's correct. And the other thing I do want to share with the court is, prior to me getting here, this had been an ongoing negotiation, if you will, with Lincoln for
Well,
two-ish
since
years.
2022, we've been in negotiations with them, and they've broken down several times.
So what, so, well, I think you might have answered my question, like, why are we just presenting these options when the Secure Act 2.0 legislation was approved in 2022, wasn't it?
Yes.
So why is it just here today in 2025?
Because January 1 of 2026 is the requirement that will impact Tarrant County, which means that we have to offer a Roth option. So that's the reason why we need to actually take action now.
And to be
I'm-
fair, you've just been here
A year.
a year.
Have you already been here a year? Holy cow.
So, yeah, I'm still trying to figure out.
And my comments are not directed to you, Roxy.
Right,
I'm
right.
just.
No, you know,
Yeah,
they have,
I
they have
understand.
fiduciary
Right.
responsibilities to you,
Absolutely.
but yeah, I
How,
get that.
how long has HR and DA's office been in communication with, are y'all in communication with Lincoln, obviously?
Yes.
And how long have y'all been in communication with Lincoln?
I think I started working on this, the new plan project in 2022.
Shut up. Okay. Wow.
All right, any other questions? If not, we need a motion for something.
I would move that we,
I've got a question. What form of communication are y'all, because I hear from retirees, I don't know about these other folks. So before I get jacked up, what form of communication are y'all going to utilize to talk to employees, retirees about these moves and changes?
Yeah.
And, you know, people complain, they can't get anybody to pick up in HR anymore. And I guess couple few retirees are used to just walking in. I think that's prohibited now. So please explain that.
Yes, once the court takes action, that allows me to actually begin the communication with both actives and retirees. We have done a couple different things. We have initiated newsletters specifically for retirees. We have about 65 retirees that we have no email, no mechanism for actual communication. We have created a public-facing page on our Tarrant County website specifically for retirees. We have been sending out for our open enrollment. It'll be including this as well once we have the court's decision. We have some postcards that we send out to the group that we are struggling to communicate with. And then in addition to that, we will be hosting some town halls. We do find that that's very helpful for our retirees. So we've learned a lot through the OE. Your office has been helpful in that, Commissioner Miles' office, in giving me feedback. And so we have a number of mechanisms that we are utilizing to communicate with them.
Might I suggest, because there is a retiree Facebook page, they told me. And so,
I'm aware too.
oh, okay. So I don't know if they'll let your staff in, but if you could communicate with an administrator, maybe to push stuff to them, because it appears to be a very active page, because they call. I gave somebody my number. Ha-ha.
I understand.
So they're active.
One other little thing I do want to share with the court as well is that we have also implemented a feature, a chatbot feature on the public page so they can ask questions, but we will also have a live chat so they can talk to a person. And we're working really hard right now to be able to give them the opportunity to set up appointments. So if they need to talk about retirement stuff, they can, if benefit stuff, they can. And we also offer that on our Loop page for active employees. So I know you made the comment that people have a perception that they can't come in. It's not they can't come in. We just want it to be very productive, and we want to know what you're coming to see us about so that we're prepared when you come in there. So we are working on a lot of different mechanisms for us to be able to communicate well.
Thank you.
All right, any other questions, comments, or do we have a motion?
I move that we move Commissioner Miles 457B. No, I move that we discontinue new contributions to Lincoln Financial beginning January 1, 2026, while allowing participants to maintain existing accounts or voluntarily transfer funds to another approved vendor as a plan-to-plan transfer.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second as described. Any further discussion before voting? All right, please cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Next up, we have purchasing. I don't believe there are any public speakers for E1 through 10. There's no objection from the court. I will move to approve E1 through 10.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second on E1 through 10. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, cast your vote. All right, passes unanimously. Now we come to permission to take bids, RFPs. So there was what is this? It's, the different items are 11A through L, and 2 of these items were removed from the agenda. One of them is a sub-courthouse at Mansfield chiller replacement, and one is a sub-courthouse at Mansfield emergency generator system. This was on last month's, I should say, agenda. Now it's on this agenda, both times pulled. Why is this getting pulled?
I am pulling this item because I am not interested in sinking this amount of money into the Mansfield Sub-Courthouse for a variety of reasons. Mainly, it needs to be, we need to relocate. So they have, this Mansfield Sub-Courthouse already has a plan for an emergency generator system. And so we can just continue doing what we're doing. This does not make good fiscal sense to me, so.
Okay, so this is getting put on the agenda. Who is putting it on the agenda?
Facilities.
Okay, and why are we putting these two things on the agenda?
Well, the chiller
Because
system
were
is-
these approved in the budget?
Yeah, it was
Okay.
approved in the FY25 budget. It's a 25-year-old system, original to the building. That's why we're having heat issues during the summer. We'll have heat issues again if we don't do this, so it's
Okay.
necessary.
And is it your opinion on this sub-courthouse chiller replacement that it's needed due to the age?
That's correct.
What happens if it fails?
If it fails, it would be some type of emergency, catastrophic, and we would need to get purchasing to allow us to replace it immediately. And at least this way, we're doing it through the procurement system.
Okay. What about the generator system? Why is that one on there?
Yeah, generators on there because all of our other subs have generators, so it's kind of been the practice now.
All of our
that-
other subs.
The other sub-courthouses, I'm sorry.
All sub-courthouses have generators.
That's correct.
And, I mean, I know what a generator is. What happens if there is no generator at the moment?
If there was some kind of catastrophic failure.
No,
with
no,
the
no, no,
power-
I'm sorry. I threw two questions in at once.
I'm sorry.
There is not currently a generator there.
No,
So this is not replacing a generator.
that's correct. This is not replacing. What we've been doing is rentals, but rentals does add up. It is.
How much does it cost to do the rentals?
Oh, man. 30 to 40,000, somewhere around there every time we put
Per
it out
year?
there. Something like that, yes, sir.
Okay, forget the chiller for a minute. On the emergency generator system, like when you say, I think it's 30, I mean, like, is this, it might be 31, or is it, I really don't
You
know.
might text and chat real quick. He'll give you some numbers.
I mean, if
I
we,
can
if
get
we
some
have
numbers
a
pretty quickly.
$30,000 generator that would cover any problem if there was a power failure, the amount of time it would take to recoup our money to buy a $1.2 million generator system, somebody would have to walk me through why that's a better way to do it.
Sure, and it would be several times throughout the year, depending on, whether they're having elections or
So
whether
this is
there's-
rent a generator as there's a power failure?
No, it would be looking ahead to see a possibility, During the time of a winter storm, we'd have something out there.
Okay. Can anybody in this room tell me how many times in the year 2025 we rented a generator for the Mansfield Sub-Courthouse?
Let's see, we did it last year. And John is checking on that for me right now, but it was over a period of, I think, 3 months. And so that's kind of been the practice here lately.
So let me ask it again. This year, have we rented a generator at the
No.
Mansfield Sub-Courthouse?
No, we have not yet. no.
Okay. When we rented it for 3 months, your best guess sitting here today is that it cost $30,000?
Yes, are you getting an answer there, John? Yeah. Okay. Yes, that is a best guess right now.
Okay.
Didn't know.
And can anyone in facilities explain to me?
Here we go, 30K for 3 months in the winter. Yes, 30K.
Okay. Can anyone in facilities explain to me? I think I agree with her on half of it, and I don't agree. I don't think on the other half. But on if we spent $30,000 a year ago for a generator, what justification is there to have a generator for $1.2 million there?
Well, from an ROI perspective, I see where you're coming from. This would be nothing more than just making sure that services are continuing if there was some type of catastrophic power failure.
Is there, like, have we ever run into a scenario where we can't rent a generator when we need it?
No, well, sometimes it's difficult because sometimes you don't know exactly when that's going to happen.
So it's supply and demand. And there is a lot of time, and especially when there's an emergency situation, usually FEMA or TDM will come in and swipe up all the generators. Same thing happens potentially in winter storms.
Okay.
The first one to get there gets the generator.
Quick question. I mean, I think I know exactly where this is going. Adding I and keeping J off, but quick question. How much is obviously an emergency generator can service this building, because we've rented them to service this building. How much is an emergency generator? If we don't have one in county inventory, I'd be in favor of just buying one of those, which I guarantee you, far less than $1.2 million. I bet this is like hospital grade, integrated system, 99.9% uptime, emergency generator. That's what this quote's probably for. So I'm assuming you can get an emergency generator. If they're charging you $30,000 for 3 months, you can buy one for $250,000, if not way less.
Sir,
Correct?
we've actually talked about that, and facilities we would love to do that. We would love to buy one. That way we'd have one on site.
Perhaps that's the solution, so we don't have to rent
So-
them anymore.
Oh, go ahead.
So how many years have you been doing renting? Has the Mansfield Subcourthouse been without a generator system and a chiller?
So we've been without a generator since we purchased the building, and that was way before me, so.
Okay,
That
it's way before us.
And I've been here 18 years, so. The chiller is just old. It's ran its life, so that's why we're having the heat issues during the summer. So it does need to be changed out. It's beyond repair, pretty much.
Okay, so we can send them back to do some research, because I did in fact pull these off the agenda, so they're off the agenda, right?
No, they're not off the agenda.
I
When it's
pulled them-
publicly posted, if we want to talk about it, we get to talk about it.
Is that how that works?
Generally correct, yes. So any member of the court can add something to the agenda. It doesn't necessarily work in the converse, where a member of the court can unilaterally move something so the court can act on it.
Say again, Mark, I can't hear you.
Sure. So a member of the court can add an item onto the agenda. A member of the court does not unilaterally have the power to remove something so the court cannot act on it. However, there is a practice in the county where members of the court and heads of departments do that when they seek to have the court take no action. What I would recommend in a scenario where a member of the court has exercised that practice of removing an item from the agenda, if the court wants to proceed on an item that has been held, to simply take a vote to proceed on that item.
Mark, and I'm assuming the practice, as I understand it, is we remove items that we've placed on here. But facilities is the one that placed these on here, correct?
That is my understanding.
The practice has been to move other things that we didn't add on. I've done it before, I'm sure you've done it. You've removed things that you didn't add. It could be facilities or elections or something. We sit up here at the beginning of every meeting. And we never really know who pulled something, but we do it. I don't know, I guess you haven't.
No, I don't pull anything. I discuss it, it's on the agenda.
Yeah.
All right, so here, I'm going to make a motion then. And here's the motion I'm going to make. I'm going to make a motion to grant permission to take bids and RFPs on items A through I, K and L. That's the motion.
Second.
All right, so there's a second on that. And then as a not part of the motion, I would encourage you to bring us at a future meeting options and cost estimates, not with a full-blown RFP yet, of what Commissioner Ramirez stated about what it would cost to have a generator that the county owns, has, and can use at its disposal, including for here. Okay, but that's not part of the motion. So, all right, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion on this item? All right, seeing none, please cast your vote.
Oops.
All right, it passes unanimously. Brings us to board and commission appointments. Do we have any board or commission appointments?
I have a couple. I'd like to appoint Mike Garcia to the City of Fort Worth, TIF number 14. And then Catherine Rotter has resigned from the City of Euless, TERS number 4. And I'd like to appoint Mike Garcia to fill her unexpired term.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second to appoint those folks. Any discussion? All right, please cast your vote. How do I do that? Passes unanimously. Any other board or commission appointments? Okay, next we have public comments. Where is that? Public comments. All right, we have Chris Wood, Buff Kaiser, and Harriet Harrell are the first three.
I'm Chris Wood. During my recent experience under bond conditions in the Tarrant County Justice System, I encountered a troubling practice: random urine drug tests. I have a bladder condition which affects a third of all people. Each test caused immense discomfort, forcing me to gulp down a 20-ounce Coke to comply. The muscles that control urination are not completely voluntary. For those with bladder conditions, the ordeal can cause real physical harm before they are able to urinate. The medical term for shy bladder is periuresis, a social anxiety disorder that makes it impossible to urinate in the presence of others. I was fortunate enough to complete my tests, but some were not so lucky. I witnessed a young woman fail her drug test, not because of drug use, but because she physically could not urinate. She was deemed to have violated her bond conditions and faced rearrest and detention until trial. The United States justice system is based on the fundamental concept of innocent until proven guilty. But the person who is unable to produce a urine sample is presumed guilty in the absence of any evidence. There are other ways to test for drugs, such as saliva tests. Falsely presuming guilt is creating criminals out of innocent people. Wrongful incarceration destroys lives, leading to anger, loss of social support, barriers to employment and housing, and trauma. This cycle increases the likelihood of future criminal behavior. Please take action to correct this injustice. By reforming drug testing, needless suffering of innocent Americans will be lessened, and the integrity of our justice system will be strengthened. Let us ensure that no one is sent down the wrong path by a system that is meant to protect them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kaiser. Then Ms. Harrell.
Howdy, I'm Buff Kaiser, a resident of Fort Worth, and 3 points for you today. First of all, congratulations for the good progress this year in our having a well-led, conservatively run county. Secondly, in 2026, we could further advance this progress by joining Collin and Denton counties in using hand-marked paper ballots, and now Dallas County using hand-marked paper ballots and hand counting for their Republican primaries. Each of these now have more transparency and auditability at less cost. And it's very interesting that in both Collin and Denton counties, both Republicans and Democrats have sung the praises of their new way of doing their elections. So it's a jointly supported bipartisan support in Denton and Collin County. You can go up and talk with them and hear it. Finally, even better government will be provided by us being more curious about and addressing the 5,000 duplicate registrations introduced into Tarrant County voting rolls in 2024, and now continuing to be added. So let's continue the work done by Clint, the DA, and our Secretary of State to find out who is doing this and stop them. I think this could be, or should be, a priority with public reporting before next year's midterms. We need to understand who is attacking us purposely to add these duplicate records to our voting rolls. And we have plenty of documentation for this, but we've gotten started, but let's finish the job and publicly report who's doing this. I mean, it should make us all curious. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Harrell. Following Dr. Harrell, we have Lon Burnham, Charles Bills, and Nan Terry.
You all have justified holding only one Commissioners Court meeting per month by saying that it's easier on staff. I'd like to know if you consulted them in advance about this, and if you've asked them now how well this changed schedule is working for them. Because the agenda for this meeting, which they accumulate all the material for, with the attachments, is 1,564 pages long. Somehow, I find it difficult to believe that it was an easier burden on staff to have to compile all of that at once. And what about the staff in your offices? You get the agenda 3 work days in advance. Did staff study all 1,564 pages in those few days? Did you? I think it's highly unlikely. It's your job to be prepared and make good decisions on the part of this county. The huge consent agenda seems to be a way to streamline the meetings, but the items on consent are important too. I'd like to see a lot more attention be given by those who are putting the agenda together and by you all to be sure that important items are put on for discussion and not consent. It's also your responsibility under the law to provide citizens the court agenda in advance so that citizens can study it and come informed to speak to you about items of concern. I know that it is not possible for me to study 1,564 pages in 3 days. That means that you are not meeting the intent of the law. It is time to go back to at least 2 meetings a month, and one of those should be in the evening so that people who work can attend. In the meantime, the People's Commissioners Court is offering Zoom educational sessions on your agenda on the Thursday before your court meetings to help citizens be as informed as possible. Perhaps you and your staff would like to attend. I have flyers, Chandler, if you would share these with, about our next meeting. And there are flyers out on the table for any of you who would like to pick one up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Burnham.
And thank you, Ms. Harrell, for what the People's Commissioners Court is doing. You have so many engaged people and so many folks that don't understand the process, even just to sign up and submit comments and how to speak and how to reach us.
Would you be kind enough to do
outside of
this
the
during the
office.
announcements and comments section as we agreed to in my office several months back?
I wanted to address Ms. Harrell while she was there.
Mr. Burnham.
Well, thank you, Madam Commissioner, for standing up for voting rights. It's really been a very disappointing Commissioners Court meeting, and I'll second everything that Ms. Harrell had to say before I start in on my comments, although I'm 15 seconds in. So, years ago, I told a previous county judge in court that I would not come and comment at every meeting of the court. That is back when the court met weekly and earned their salary. But this court first cut public access in half, but you not only cut it in half, you cut it in half a second time, but you never cut your salary. The first time you did this, I was just dismayed. The second time, I was disgusted. This court does not appear to be working in public or behind the scenes to address the many problems that afflict the management of our jail, nor the distress caused by the growing homeless population, nor have you stepped up and insisted that judges start consistently working at least 40 hours a work week. I mean, I think that's pretty reasonable, but they don't. So given all this, I can't afford the luxury of only coming to Commissioner's Court when there's an unnecessary death in the jail. My New Year's resolution is to come to and speak at all 12 of your Commissioner Court meetings next year and continue to point out that an over 1,500-page agenda is outrageous. There's no way anybody is adequately studying this material before the Commissioner's Court. So I can't blame you for making really bad decisions on a regular basis because you just haven't had time to read the facts. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mr. Bills. Following Mr. Bills, we have Nan Terry, Charles Wiedemeyer, and Joe Palmer.
Okay, I had two things. First thing is my mother and I wanted to come last month to the meeting and found the roads were closed off for the Veterans Day Parade. That also closed off access to the two nearby parking garages. We determined we were not going to be able to park anywhere close enough to make the trek, so we went home. So I'd like in the future to, when you schedule something, to consider things like that. The second is I reiterate that our district attorney has not yet indicted the man who sprayed pepper spray in Anthony Johnson Jr.'s mouth during his murder, and also no indictments for anyone who was standing around doing nothing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. I'm troubled by the lack of, what appears to me, the lack of transparency in the agenda. For example, both items Q3 and Q4 were renewal of 2 contracts. And although one of them stated there was no cost to Tarrant County, just cost to the defendants. And you voted to approve those contracts, which is, you're right. But are you doing your fiduciary responsibilities without knowing the cost to the individuals using those services? Like, what are the costs to the inmates or the detainees in the jail for the items on that Keefe contract? And I've heard that the Better Business Bureau has numerous complaints against the Keefe Corporation or LLC or whatever they are. Does Purchase even look at BBB, Better Business Bureau issues during contract renewals? And regarding Q4, I was struck by the comment on fiscal impact. And I know that staff is thinking Tarrant County is Tarrant County, this body, but the casual reader really thinks Tarrant County means more like the residents, the taxpayers, and those people using the services and paying those fees. They're all probably Tarrant County residents too. It struck me especially difficult because yesterday's Fort Worth Star-Telegram reported more than half, 57% of Tarrant County families with children 3 years old and younger struggle with affording diapers. How many of these families who can't afford diapers have a family member in the substance abuse program? What are the costs? You've approved the contract. Are we forcing defendants to pay for diapers or go to jail so that because they realize they can't afford the cost of the substance abuse program? As of Monday, the cost to house an inmate in Tarrant County Jail was $101 a day. 4,489 detainees in custody as of yesterday. It used to be we could file an open records act, we could still, and get the number of detainees awaiting transfer to the Texas Department of Corrections or the number awaiting competency restoration. The public dashboard doesn't have that information. And so I don't really think you want me to file an Open Records Act to get the number of detainees waiting transfer. Can you just add that to the dashboard? And let's go back to the cost on an individual perspectives. How many defendants will look at the cost and realize it's in their best financial perspective for their family to go to jail and not pay those costs for the substance abuse? But we can't know this information, it's not on the agenda. And my concern is it's not on your agenda. And you're voting for something and you don't know the true cost to the residents of Tarrant County.
Thank you.
Mr. Wiedemeyer.
Good afternoon. I'm Charles Wiedemeyer. I live in Fort Worth, and I'm here to talk about the fact that the U.S. government has been the target of an overt seditious conspiracy for at least the last 9 years. Much of it's been financed by grants from the U.S. government. Our own Catholic Charities Diocese of Fort Worth received $401 million for migrant assistance in 2023. They used it to import and support illegal aliens. Now, what does that have to do with us here in Tarrant County? Tarrant County administers elections. Our HART intercynic equipment and its Smartmatic software were developed in Venezuela, which is an avowed enemy of the U.S. We're subject to the whims of our enemies. Venezuela works with China, Russia, Iran to damage the U.S. Our election administrator for the 2020 election was Hyder Garcia. He graduated from Simon Bolivar University in Caracas in 2003 with a degree in computer engineering. He immediately started work with Smartmatic and continued with them until 2016. He brought with him Troy Hayward as his assistant. Hyder's now vice president with HART InterCivic, and Troy is still our assistant election administrator. I believe this is a huge vulnerability for us. I further believe that HART InterCivic controls the vote count in our elections. Tarrant County has no objective employee who has access to or understands the inner workings of the election equipment and its software. I've seen no way to audit the results. Tina Peters is in prison in Colorado because she copied the internals of their Dominion equipment. You commissioners have the authority and responsibility to free us from the vulnerability of foreign developed and controlled election systems. It requires the will to act and stand the heat like you've done on other important issues. You've shown your willingness to tackle difficult and important issues. We voters depend on you to tackle this one, and if you'll explain it to the voters, I think you'll get a lot of support on that one. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I do not see Joe Palmer here. Is Mr. Palmer present? All right, there's two litigation matters or legal matters where there are speakers. The first is the Zomnier versus Arroyo case. Can somebody get the speakers? There it is. Harriet Harrell, Nan Terry, and Mr. Williams.
I do want to speak to the case regarding Timothy Zomnier versus Lieutenant Jose Arroyo. According to court documents, a panel of the Fifth Circuit has already clarified that violently slamming or striking a non-resisting individual constitutes excessive force. According to the facts, which must be accepted as true, that is precisely what happened. Jailer Lieutenant Arroyo slammed Zomnier's body against a wall before slamming his head against the wall while he was not resisting, not violent, and was stationary. The court concludes that Arroyo's conduct was objectively unreasonable. For the foregoing reasons, there was no justification for the force used against Timothy Sumner, and thus a constitutional violation occurred in our jail. Once again, we see a lack of professionalism on the part of some jailers and a readiness to move toward excessive force. Policy and protocols in the jail should prevent this kind of behavior. We are demanding a culture of respect for human beings in the jail instead of the kind of behavior we've seen growing from a mission statement that sees inmates as evil. I'm requesting a report or a briefing from the sheriff's office to explain what happened in Timothy Sumner's case and what the sheriff is doing to prevent such inappropriate behavior. I also want to know when and how you, the court, are going to take responsibility for assuring that such incidents stop occurring in our jail. And to that end, I'm asking for a report from the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council. Some months ago, Mr. Merritt said here in court that the council was starting to meet. I hope so. The Zomner incident is one that should certainly trigger attention from the council. Please provide a briefing saying what the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council is working on, any improvements they have agreed upon, and how they are addressing this Zomner case. It is past time to see systemic change in the jail. And I have, Chandler, a copy of those requests so that they don't get lost. Thank you.
Ms. Terry?
Chandler, has the Criminal Justice Coordinating Committee started back up?
No, ma'am, they have not.
If the county has stated anything about this case, or Jose Arroyo or Timothy Zomner, I haven't found it. But when I researched the case number, I did find the memorandum and opinion and order signed by Reed O'Connor, United States District Judge on August 5th, 2025. And what struck me as I read the judge's order to deny the motion to dismiss this case was, we aren't teaching anyone anything. People learn from examples of what not to do, and examples of consequences of things we shouldn't have done. I'll share excerpts. Actually, Harriet shared those excerpts. But the judge ruled that the defendant was not entitled to qualified immunity, and therefore he denied the defendant's motion to dismiss. So my question is, what could have been done? Could the DA have brought assault charges against Lieutenant Arroyo after the event happened, or even after the judge ruled he didn't have qualified immunity? If there were consequences for his actions, remember, his actions were done in February of 23. If there were consequences to Arroyo's actions resulting in the injuries to Mr. Zomner, would Mr. Anthony Johnson still be alive? Let's go further back. If there had been consequences in the beatings of Robert Miller and Corey Rodriguez, would these incidents with Mr. Zomner or Mr. Johnson even occurred? You have responsibilities. The district attorney's office has responsibilities. People learn through the examples of other. And what are we teaching right now? Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Williams?
I did not see any information on this topic.
All right, the next legal matter is the Johnson versus Tarrant County matter. Is Mr. Anthony Johnson here? How about Jacqueline Johnson? Also, I don't see Joe Palmer. So Nan Terry and Mr. Williams.
I'd like to ask the court once again to release the tapes of the Anthony Johnson murder And it was a murder. 2 cases. Someone else has already asked where the DA's office is in filing charges against the person who sprayed, the jailer who sprayed the pepper spray in his mouth. And the reason that's important is because the autopsy called 2 types of asphyxiation. One is chemical and one was physical. And the physical is being charged. I hear the trial will begin this spring. We're waiting for justice on the 2nd. But you have responsibilities here. You can do something. And what are you doing? What will be the next Mr. Zomner? What will be the next, who will be the next Mr. Zomner? Who will be the next Yancey? Who will be the next? You have responsibilities. I wish you would act.
Mr. Williams?
The Johnson family spoke at the People's Commissioners Court about the fact that the complete video has not been released to the news media. The public needs to be able to see what has happened in our jail system, which has been shrouded from public view. Because of this cover-up, the family has unnecessarily been suffering in excess for more than a year and a half.
All right, thank you. Those are all the speakers that we have. Do we have any announcements or comments from the court members?
I have comments.
Go ahead.
Casey May. Did you?
No, Commissioner Krause.
Okay, you can go ahead, Mr. Kraus.
Oh, I was just going to say, I know we've had a few staff promotions lately, and so I just wanted to congratulate Joseph Jackson on his appointment or his new position as Director of Engineering for the county, which is awesome. Travis Yarbrough, who's now a Assistant County Administrator, very well deserved. And I don't see John Hendrickson, but he's our new Director of Facilities. So all great promotions. You guys are going to do fantastic. But I just want to say congratulations, and we're thrilled y'all are in your new positions.
My comments were going to reflect the same. Just a general thank you to every county employee who's worked so hard throughout the year. You know, our sheriff's office oftentimes has a magnifying glass on it, but I'll say this. You know, there's been almost 100% decrease in jail deaths in 2025 versus 2024. And I think that merits some recognition. And so I appreciate the efforts from everybody who's working on it. I don't think it's a coincidence that we got Shannon Herklotz January 9th, 2025 as the new jail administrator, and we've seen remarkable progress. So those things matter, and talking about successes matter. But for every success that our folks have had in Tarrant County, all of the employees, thank you. I know the job is sometimes thankless, and we appreciate you, and Merry Christmas.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So Commissioner, if that is good news, and if we could, if you, because I can't, you won't come, if you could schedule a briefing, that would be great information to hear the progress since Chief Herklotz got here. It would
100%.
Yeah, well, you know it, I can't get the information,
Yep.
and I think our constituents should hear that there are improvements happening, if there are. Again, I want to commend the People's Commissioners Court, because what does not happen there is what happened today with Bishop Kirkland. We are accustomed to frequent speakers' styles. There's no reason in the world he should have been tossed out for using, I think the clock had started, using his time to say what he wanted to say until he got to the agenda item. That's disrespectful. That is our constituent who takes the time to come down here, takes the time to go through the agenda, and come down here and tell us what he wants us to do, because we in fact work for the taxpayers. And so because we're thin-skinned or got our feelings hurt by a couple of words does not necessitate the ejection of a respected leader in this community. So I apologize to Mr. Kirkland because he really didn't do anything. And he is sitting in my office. He would have liked to speak on all of those things that he signed up to speak for. Save the county judge, got his feelings hurt. And in the Johnson case, we'll talk about this in close, but I just want to go on the record and say we need to put this to bed. We had some detention officers that took some actions that killed this man. It's just point blank, period. That is it. And so we can admit wrongdoing. You know, in an operation this size, something like that could happen. So admit wrongdoing. If this was Coca-Cola and one of their drivers hit a little kid going across the road, they would not fight this and expend as much of your taxpayer dollars as we will fighting what we know should not have happened here. We are guilty. But we're gonna fight it. We're gonna fight it to the end, I guess, and waste all your money. Coca-Cola would pay out, they would settle that case and take care of that family. And that's how that would be handled. And so we need to be responsible here, not try to win or one up. Just do what's right.
All right, anybody have anything else? So I'm going to read this closed session statement, and then after I read it, we will bring up a special guest to close us out of this regular session before we go to closed. The statement that we will recess at the conclusion of this, the open session, and proceed to close to discuss items exempt under sections 551, 071, 072, 074, 076, 087, and 0725 of the Texas Government Code. The executive session will begin at 1:32. 2:32 p.m. And so we will be in recess at the conclusion of the following. Our newly promoted county engineer, Joseph Jackson, a renowned fiddle player, is going to close us out with some tunes that he did last year, and we didn't let him do it before close, so we're going to do it now. Please welcome Mr. Jackson. well done. We are in recess. welcome back. No action to take at this point. Is an announcement, there is no Commissioners Court meeting on December the 16th. So Merry Christmas to everyone, Happy New Year, and we will see you back here in January. We are now adjourned.